Hello. Hi. How are we doing? Hello, hello, hello. We are live. Ain't that great? Ain't that awesome? Give me a second. Let me rechat. Hi, Frog GF. I know you're no longer here, probably. But good luck on the stream. Cutie, I love you. I love you too. Hi, GT. Hi, Pyro. Hi, Shadow Eclipse. It's time for the best of Azel. Yeah, I already added it. Already added it before even GT recommended it. Ha! I'm good, and you? I'm doing fantastic. I'm doing fantastic. Good to hear you're doing good. Ha! I was faster. Literally got it before that. I'm prepared. I got all the water in the world. Really nice. It is a regular Saturday. However, it's very windy. Maybe I'll be blown away. Definitely. Good morning, Pokemon Chat. How are we today? Here's 5 weeks sober from alcohol. Let's go! And thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And congrats on 5 weeks without alcohol. Are you actually going to put me in an air fryer if I don't say hi? Yep. Come over here. Straight into the air fryer. Nah, I'll just put something that I find funny into the stream title. Usually is what I do. I'm not actually putting people into air fryers. Don't worry. I haven't yet, at least. Not yet, at least. I have not done so yet. Okay. I maybe need to adjust some things. Give me a second. Also do this. Because I'm looking down and I don't want to look down. Okay. That's just hot air. Really hot air, though. You will be fried. I got some things I want to react to. Even some from last week recommendations, so we can go over these as well. I got some horror stuff at the end. Which I only found due to Smug Alana. But yeah. I think we won't even yap that long. To be fair. I think we might just jump into the horrors that I found. I think. So let me adjust some things before we start into the horrors of today's reactions. Do you play Ultra Kill? Nah. I do not. I do not. I don't even know what that is. Neong, we are over here. I need more water. I didn't drink that much today. But yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna see what we can look at here. The horrors. I even got something for the Cinder situation, so there's that as well. Pretty neat, huh? You know, gotta do it. Anyways, I think we'll just jump into this one that was recommended from 3 years ago, but still, sounds interesting. Let's just do it. Let's do it. Anyways, the Twitch streamer who faked his disability by Sunny V2. To be honest, that does not surprise me. To be honest, it is much rarer with streamers. That usually doesn't happen as much. However, this is much more prevalent than people think. There was a huge discussion about TikTok and this being the case, where people actually fake their mental disorders. It doesn't exist as much as it did back then, but it is still a thing that people fake, like Tourette's, multiple personality disorder, other, I don't know, even schizophrenia. It is very interesting to see Cinder's cooked. Absolutely. However, I gotta say, the more people look at it, the more fishy it looks. There's some problems with what Shy Lily said, and with the Google document of Nano, and even some problems with Silverveil's doc. People have been looking into this more. Anyways, let's just jump into this. Who is the streamer that did this?
Zillion claimed that he had been in a wheelchair since 2011.
Um, 3 seconds in. Somebody's for real faking, sitting in a wheelchair. And since this was 3 years ago, that means bro has been faking this. Bruh. Why is this donation glitching the fuck out? I have no idea. That is very interesting. Why should I react to my own stream, bro?
After being involved in quite a serious car accident. In mid-2012, around a year after the incident, he'd go on to create a Twitch account before gaining a reputation for his personality, gaming skills, and finally, his physical disability as a wheelchair streamer. Within months, Zillion OP had become a Twitch partner and was streaming to an audience of between 200 and 400 viewers per stream, leading to subscriptions and donations.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Too bad he faked being probably in a wheelchair. Hopefully not. Hopefully it was something else. the thing is, like, if this video is from 3 years ago, that means he must have pulled this off for 11 years, potentially. It depends on how recent Sonny's coverage is, which is very interesting to see. That scares me. I actually have a week's worth of experience in a wheelchair due to an accident. Oh god. I'm so glad that nothing ever happened to me. I've never broken a bone. I've never hurt anything. I do have a scar on my arm from archery because when I did that, the bow snapped at my hand, which cut it open. That hurt.
Fueled in part by Zillion's unfavorable physical circumstances. As a whole, in the beginning, there was absolutely no reason as to why the audience might assume that, for some reason, Zillion wasn't actually disabled. That would be until January 2013, approximately 6 months after beginning his streaming journey, when Zillion OP's promotional Facebook page would be hacked, creating initial suspicion.
The biggest a-hole. Gamer fakes disability to get donations. The doctor quite literally said at that point that I'm lucky that I can still walk, and I'm lucky that you can still walk too. You should never fake being having a disability. You should never, but like I said in the beginning, this was a very prevalent thing on TikTok for a while, where people were doing that.
That his apparent disability was nothing more than one giant hoax. The hacker, who seemed to have known Zillion personally, began publicly posting to the Facebook page in posts that confidently suggested Zillion was able to walk and was therefore a fraudster, swindling sympathy money from his audience. Don't get angry, Zillion, just walk away from the computer for a minute. I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's a chip-in button for a charity. Let me steal your money, maybe. We're not like you, sir. We wouldn't mess with your PayPal. Unlike you, we're above stealing money from those in need. Hey guys, I'm sick. Donate to me to pay my hospital bills. I'm giving away a keyboard that was given to me by another fool who doesn't care that I scam my viewers for money. Hi guys, who wants—
Bro was stood on business. Bro really said, I'm gonna hack this guy's account. I'm gonna show who this guy really is. That's very interesting. Hi, happy tourist. I have good news. Okay, interesting.
wants to raise money for some kids? Daddy needs a new set of legs. Did some squats tonight, my thighs are on fire. Please stop DDoSing my legs. In spite of these posts hinting that—
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. Okay. Wow. Hi guys, who wants to raise money for some kids? Daddy needs a new set of legs. That's crazy. Did some squats tonight. My thighs are on fire. That is crazy. Please stop DDoSing my legs. Bro's legs will be doxed. That is crazy. I changed my mind about trolling you today. I decided not to. If you do that for the reaction streams, I'll immediately actually pull the plug.
Zillion was a fraud, the hacker didn't post any actual evidence proving that this was, in fact, the case. Therefore, Zillion's Facebook audience simply assumed that the hacker was a troll who was using the opportunity to publicly mock Zillion's handicap status. However, in light of these posts, the audience would notice that Zillion did have a history of engaging in fraudulent activity for his own personal gain. For example, on the 10th of January 2013, just 10 days before his Facebook was hacked, he'd be banned on Diablo 3 as a result of beginning his stream whilst having a botting script active. The incident will be shared to Reddit where it received over 700 upvotes, with a post also explaining that Zillion lied to his audience about the ban, stating that it was for account sharing as opposed to the...
Okay, so Bro botted his Diablo account and told this community that the ban was for account sharing, but he's caught in 4K, right? Because the bot was not closed when he started streaming. What a moron! Just like the people who view bot and then keep the bot up. Those people also exist. Really funny.
reality for botting. Although the craziest comment on this entire post was without a doubt this one. It makes me question whether he is really in a wheelchair. Maybe it's all just part of the act to garner sympathy. While this comment was only speculation at the time, only 4 months later on the 5th of April 2013, something would happen while Zillion was streaming, proving this Reddit comment correct, whilst ending Zillion's entire career in the process.
Watch, check it out. Get on your mount and follow me.
Maybe I don't want to follow you.
When it's easily outgeared.
Oh my god.
What? What? People are watching him. People are watching him and bro just stands up. That reminds me of that one clip where they made like the balloon popping thing, right? And there was a dude in a wheelchair. He was not actually in a wheelchair. And they all popped the balloon and then the dude stood up. Bro just stands up casually. Out in the open.
We took our dog, like to the fish shop today because the dog loves just like going out and meeting new people. We constantly have to take him to like, and I was like, oh, this is so cute. Like he's cuddling with me because he's scared.
If you believe that actions speak louder than words, Zillion turning his
Huh? Did bro just for a moment forget that he's in a wheelchair? Supposed to be?
camera downwards to hide his empty wheelchair was basically the same as him saying, I've just exposed myself doing something that I definitely shouldn't have been doing. His girlfriend seemed to realize this as well. She was the one in the background of the call telling the story about their dog. The second Zillion gets up, she pauses mid-sentence, then lets out a very panicked oh my god,
Our dog, oh my god.
before going on to tell some very rushed, possibly improvised story about heading to the fish shop earlier that day. After Zillion's camera was turned away from his empty wheelchair, the stream would end. However, the chat would continue to discuss what they had just seen and see
On stream. On stream. You are telling me this fool stood up from his wheelchair on stream. On fucking stream. How? Why? Bro did in fact forget that he was supposed to be LARPing as somebody who's in a wheelchair. That is crazy.
Seemingly in a state of panic, Zillion joined the discussion by both gaslighting and lying to his audience about what had just happened. WTF, did Zill just stand LOL? No, I fell. I pushed off my chair and ate it. Oh my gosh, Zill. I'm gonna say, it did look like you stood up. Is he alright? LOL. He got back to the keyboard, he is okay. I'm pissed and in pain. Wait, so the stream's over? I need to fix myself. And my dog dumped water on everything. I will try and be back. It hurts to breathe. I hit my side on the corner of the desk. Poor Zill. I'm gonna die for a few. I will try to be back soon. Is he walking? Yeah, he stood up and walked, then the camera went off. The viewer known as Indie Rocker, who had written this final message, would then take to Reddit shortly thereafter, continuing the discussion around what had just happened. Indie Rocker here, felt so gypped when I saw him stand up and walk, called it out and all my comments were deleted straight away. Wish I hadn't donated money to this guy. Zillion
Ain't no way that bro just stood up on. You gotta be stupid as hell if someone got tricked you for saying the reverse psychology sentence. What? I'm so confused. Bro, in fact, stood up on stream.
deleting any comments calling him out instantly suggested that he was guilty. His story didn't exactly add up either. If he had really fallen out of his seat, how was he able to get up and move the camera so that it was no longer facing the empty wheelchair? Additionally, after the VOD was clipped, viewers noticed that Zillion walked away without any problems, as seen in the reflection of the fish tank behind him, and in the wake of this discovery, the fraudulent moment will be shared to every corner of the internet. The person who originally hacked Zillion's Facebook page would also find the clip, prompting him to log into the page once again before making another hacked post which stated, "So, what a day. I wake up to be informed of what has happened. I read all the articles, all I can say is karma. You deserve everything you have coming to you, Zillion. I do hope you put those legs to use and get a real job. You owe a lot of
Go get a job now, literally. He can go to a job, literally. He can go and get a job. He'd no longer need a wheelchair, but his income. That's great. Twitch ban for faking a disability. Yeah, I wish just Twitch would be so consequential for anything that does not belong on the platform. Well, there are cases where someone can stand but still be impaired enough to need a wheelchair. Well, bro walked away without much issue.
people money now. What I find funniest about this is your terrible cover-up of it all. The streaming business is a much better place without creeps like you in it. Oh, and by the way, this isn't James. It's Matt in brackets Hypno, you fool, with Hypno being an old friend that Zillion used to stream with from around 1 year prior. However, an I told you so hacked Facebook status was only the beginning of the repercussions against Zillion OP. When Twitch would learn of the fraudulent activity, his account would be banned permanently, with an official statement by Twitch reading, "The Twitch broadcaster Zillion OP did indeed have his channel closed and his partnership contract terminated on the basis of fraud. Moving forward, we'll be offering refunds to those who subscribe to his channel through Twitch. We have zero tolerance for this type of behavior, and the character demonstrated in this situation is truly reprehensible. His actions are a huge slap in the face to Twitch community members with real disabilities such as Aaron and groups such as Able Gamers, who have helped spread a message of inclusiveness and positivity to not only the Twitch community, but gaming as a whole." However, this was still only the surface of what would become
What do you mean this is the surface? There's 4 more minutes, bro. Either way, Doug, would you want to watch the Kanye Twitch stream? Nah, not really.
The Zillion OP disability rabbit hole. In July 2013, just 3 months after his massive expose, a user by the name of Inigo Montoya TV would upload a video titled Zillion and Panthoria Meet OMFG, in which Zillion can be seen standing up straight with seemingly no need for any wheelchair assistance.
There's Zillion. He has legs.
There's Zillion. He has legs. Yep, I can clearly tell. That man is standing. That man is standing without much issue. I must admit.
We got Zillion. It should be. It's live. They're gonna go nuts. They're gonna be like, "What, Zillion?" Because no one's seen you since it went.
Knows what I look like this one.
He has no beard. Look at this. No beard. Look at how much he lifts.
Interestingly, Zillion had also shaved his beard.
Bro also not really has any hairline.
making him almost unrecognizable, which might have been a deliberate move to avoid further public humiliation. The beard would make a comeback when Zillion started streaming on Hitbox TV in 2015, however he'd find little success given his obliterated reputation, so there was really no discussion about the streamer for 7 whole years between 2013 and 2020. However, this would change once again when the internet would discover a channel that looks suspiciously familiar, going by the name of It's Bluish. The streamer running this suspicious page was clearly Zillion, and it would hilariously be the person who originally hacked his Facebook page in 2013, who would once again expose him on the livestream fail subreddit in a post reading, "Streamer Zillion OP banned for faking a disability, has returned under a new alias and just got partnered." However, this is where the story takes a bit of an interesting turn. With Zillion having somewhat of an audience once again, he'd begin to put forward numerous pieces of evidence showing that he had actually been in a wheelchair during the early days of his streaming career. In one notable moment, he'd pull up his Facebook before showing numerous wheelchair photos whilst out in public just prior to beginning his streaming journey.
My beard's much shorter there. I was in the wheelchair beforehand. Me at concerts, me out traveling, me out doing everything. This was just like I was in a wheelchair. I did get better, and I am obviously no longer in a wheelchair.
Unless for some reason Zillion had lived a year of his life in a wheelchair for the sole purpose of looking disabled prior to beginning his streaming journey, it was basically confirmed that Zillion was most certainly disabled, or at least had been temporarily. This is where Wavy Web Surf comes into the mix, who's
Interesting. So how the turntables? Interesting. So he might have actually been. Also, I said turntables on purpose. Very interesting. What the plot twist? Bro might actually not be as guilty as it seems, but he should have been. He should have been more. If it's actually the case. There's still some problem. If it's actually the case that he was bound to a wheelchair for a bit, then I have the question why he's not been transparent with it, because that would have avoided this situation. I really think YouTube streaming is better than Twitch because YouTube gives them an award for reaching 100k, 10 million, 100 million subs. You can earn money from recorded stream. It is better according to, at least when it comes to discoverability, it is better. At least that. How the turns have tabled, true and real.
another YouTuber here on the platform. Many of you will already know exactly who he is, but we'll still leave a link to his channel in the description below. After Wavy Web Surf would learn of Zillion's return in June 2020, in conjunction with the newly found evidence that Zillion was disabled at least to some degree, Wavy Web Surf would conduct an hour-long interview with Zillion to get the full story from his perspective. Throughout the interview, it feels as though Zillion is speaking in a way that's truthful. It doesn't feel like he's trying to hide anything. So under the assumption that this whole discussion wasn't yet another lie, here's what they discovered. Firstly, Zillion wasn't lying about either the car accident or needing to be in a wheelchair.
I was in a wheelchair for 2 years. I was in a car accident, which put me in a wheelchair for more than a year prior to streaming.
And therefore, the disability was never fabricated out of the blue in order to gain extra donations.
And, you know, with these Facebook photos, that just by you showing those photos that you created a fake, you know, disabled personality, that's completely not true. And
correct. The problem was that at some point in the journey, there was clearly a shift from not being able to walk to being able to walk.
When I started streaming, I needed it like completely.
Okay.
It was my 100% go-to. If I needed to go to the bathroom, I was getting out of my bed, pushing myself in a chair and going to the bathroom.
However, none of this was disclosed by Zillion at any time. Therefore, he'd conclude that his lack of explanation about where he was at in his journey was one of his biggest shortcomings.
do you feel like you screwed up in the sense that, like, when you are integrating your disability so much in stream that it may have put off a certain image that you were wheelchair bound when you weren't? Are you willing to admit that perhaps not updating people was a mistake
That
there?
it was my biggest mistake, not updating people. I should have been open about
I still believe that in this case it was because of money. So you're still kind of retarded, to be honest. To be out here and say, not update your viewers about your current state. So I still think you are a moron. You could have prevented this. You could have prevented this. But you did not. he was handicapped for real. He did live stream, but years later he got this he recovered and from being paralyzed, and he continued it and pretended to be paralyzed, and of course money. Yeah. Becky's had turntables because I mentioned it around the time you ran 6 kilometers a day. True and real.
About the recovery from day one. My wheelchair is part of my stream, and it's something where people see me do wheelies and something people see me stuck in. I should 100% have been like, hey guys, today at physical
Except that it's not 6 kilometers, it's 10.
therapy, I walked 2 steps.
Yeah. That would have helped.
What an exciting day for me, and I didn't say a damn thing.
The way that Zillion talks about his past mistakes clearly shows that he's learned his lesson. He knows that he approached it terribly. Yet, despite his clear remorse for what you might call the mismanagement of the situation, Twitch would still remove his new It's Bluish account for ban evasion. It seems a little unfair given his clear display of remorse, as well as the fact that it happened over 9 years ago now. However, it did seem like Twitch was in the process of unbanning his OG Zillion account, so perhaps he'll have another opportunity to do his stream.
I think in this case, I'm gonna be honest here. I think that Twitch bans people. And it is sometimes, even if they do much worse, they still get like, we have like chicks getting dick down on stream. Straight up. And they get like a 7-day ban. Just let the guy back in, and you have no reputation to, anyways. So yeah, this is interesting to see. So to summarize, it's a dude that did not update the fact that he's no longer in a wheelchair, and then got absolutely cooked on the internet. Smartest streamer, easily. It would have been nice if he revealed that earlier. That would have saved his ass. He did not do that. He just didn't. He just did not. I need water. I'm gonna shock you all with this one. Actually, no. Yeah, let's do this one. We got another one of these glorious gooning videos. My bad, 10 kilometers, 6 miles. I mixed it up. I'm sorry. It's all good. The gooning. We're back at this. We are once again back at this. I can hear a tractor, bro. And it's super loud. Just drive up. Good God. Anyways. Prepare. Poker why? Because it's funny. And I like these. The Gooner dating app by Please David. I already probably know which app he is talking about. It's Dualicious. Though I don't think that app is just Gooners. It's just shit posters. But yeah. Why am I even not subscribed to this dude at this point? I might as well. Let's go.
I'm proposing a dating app with a 55-to-1 male to
15 to 1 male to female ratio. This is crazy. This is wild. I know that it's bad on this app, but still.
female ratio, and 99% of the men will open up conversations with an actual threat to the woman's safety. Or at least I did have that idea until I realized it already exists. Duolicious. Online dating but based in true love pilled. I've already done this. Some of you are saying, hey David, didn't you already do this? You already did this? Yeah, but it was a lot of fun, and I had 7,000 subscribers when I made that last video. I want to do this again. That being said,
oh god, this is gonna be horrid. This is gonna be some schizo stuff, gooning 4chan levels of trolling. It's gonna be horrid.
if you haven't seen the first one, maybe check that one out after this. Is you drinking and driving? His picture is just him drinking and driving. So just to give you guys the vibe of Dualicious, if you haven't seen the first video, this is an app who has all their testimonials written in 4chan green text and Reddit threads. Awesome. This seems like it's going to be a wicked place.
Send me audio of you touching yourself, do it.
I am going to move myself over, by the way, because I'm blocking the man, and I do not want to do that. I want to have his reactions in here as well. Also, you kind of allowed to listen to that again.
Be a wicked place.
Send me audio of you touching yourself, do it. Have fun.
I'm running out of patience. I don't like when people like you say they're running out of patience. About Alex.
Femcel whore? Retarded whatever femcel whore. Ain't no way. Femcels do not exist.
What does any of that mean? Clubs. I eat girls. And cannibal.
Oh. He eats girls and cannibalism, so he eats. We have somebody that eats pussy, and we have somebody that eats pussy.
Cannibalism. Awesome. I'm acting like I haven't been there already. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. I'm not going to talk too much about this. We're just going to get right into the Gooner app and see what kind of just fun we can get into. Before I do that, I just want to say, hey guys, how's it going? I am so happy to see you again. But if you're new here, stop. Also, don't forget to join the Discord server. Link is in the description down below. But anyways, we're just gonna get right into the #1 Gooner dating app. So I thought we'd just pop over to the Dualicious subreddit really quick, just to like give some of you a bit of a better idea of what's really going on this app. This subreddit kind of has like Tinder Nightmares vibes, but it's from a worse app. The Dualicious moment. Hey doll, you look positively R-wordable. When did you last come?
Huh? Huh? No! And you eat frog, shut it! Bruh. This is certified bruh moment. This is not just even a bruh moment. This is like, what the fuck are you doing? What the heck?
That's actually a fantastic opener. Ugh, finally, a pure Asian trad maiden. Thanks, guy. I feel like the internet has actually fully just turned everyone's brain into mush. I feel like you should never write or utter the sentence pure Asian trad maiden. Abysmal racist reaction from an almost 40-year-old. I'll take that bet on how bitter you are, lol. I'm so bitter, I wish I could remember my ex's info to report her ass to ICE. She's Russian. So of course now I'm all for Ukraine now. Granted, Reddit makes that really, really hard, lol. Already insane.
What? No, I don't want to rap battle. That is crazy.
Dude, I'm a biter, not bitter. Learn how to read. Oh, okay, so in her bio it said she was a biter, but this guy read it as bitter and took that opportunity to just let everything out. Well, you ain't biting shit with that attitude, lol. Like, I could have just not responded. Wasn't like your lazy cunt was gonna initiate fucking...
What?
Took that opportunity to just let everything out. Well, you ain't biting shit with that attitude, lol. Like, I could have just not responded. Wasn't like your lazy cunt was gonna initiate fucking...
Is that the N-word? Is that the N-word? I can't tell, it's too censored, but I would assume so. That's crazy. That is crazy.
Brian. It's crazy people just feel like the moment it's in DMs, they're like, oh yeah, I can say whatever the fuck I want. Oh, Brian. Jesus, dude. I mean, checks out. Honestly, checks out. Okay, this message is from someone named Midnight. Change that PFP. It is hurting my gooner brain. No. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. And what? And grab a rope and hang yourself while streaming.
Dude. Dude. That is crazy. That is wild.
It's crazy that they made an app specifically for these people to like this type of people to come together and like
it does make sense. Let's be honest. Would you want these people to be on actual dating apps? Would you want these people to roam around free? Is that what we're asking for? Cause I don't think so. I personally don't think so.
You didn't expect that this was going to be happening pretty much all the fucking time. So now that you have a bit of an understanding in Dualicious and its all of its wholesome glory, let's just pop into the app and make a profile. So last time I named myself Asher, and you know what? Fuck it. Let's just keep the good vibes going. That doesn't look like a real name. What the fuck you mean that doesn't look like a real name?
You kept the good vibes going. Gary?
Garguide. That doesn't look like a real name? Everybody's named Garguide. Bartholomew. Oh my god. Okay, I got it to work with Asher. I don't know, my shit was tripping out. We are a man. Your partner's gender. Let's just, once again, did this last time. Let's just do all of them. Fuck it. The more the merrier. Birth date. So I'll just put my real birth date in there. Location? Toronto. You're looking like a snack. Okay, I got it. Oh shit, the app changed up a little bit. All right. This looks, Dualicious
has enough donations to keep running for 4 days, 23 hours, and 33 minutes. You're cooked. You're cooked. Oh no. These people need to go somewhere else. Run. Actually, chat, let's donate there. You can't let... This is like letting the maniacs out of containment. That's crazy.
has enough donations to keep running for 4 days, 23... Dude, they got a death timer for the app. Okay, so this first part here, I'm just going to go through this little Q&A section to start getting matches. On this app, you use the Q&A and the app matches you up to people with similar interests. You don't like swipe right or anything like that. So I'm just going to take some time to do this Q&A. Would you date a robot if they had a great personality? Honestly, I'd clap a robot with a shit personality too. Okay, I answered the
And you're calling me crazy for wanting to bang the Sora princess. Bro would clap a robot with a bad personality.
Q&A. Now it's time to build Asher's profile here. I picked out a few photos already. Some of them might be from the last profile, but I really want to encapsulate a gooner here. So there's one photo in particular that I really want to get in there. So we'll use that as the profile pic. I literally have no fucking pictures of myself. But for the second photo, we're hitting them with...
Same. I don't have pictures of myself, really. No, I don't. No, I don't. Because I'm just really bad at making pictures of myself. I'm just super bad at it. They all look bad. Also, what the fuck is this? This looks like... This is mad pickle juice.
This. That's a gooner photo if I've ever seen one. So those are the photos we're running with. I'm really not concerned with the profile aspect of this. I really just want to browse other people's profiles, but I'm having a bit of fun here. I also wrote a short bio for the profile here. Gooner brain. Yes, I play League of Legends. Yes, I should be put to death. Message if you're a freak. If you know me, shut up. No, you don't. That's more for if, like, any of you guys are on here. I don't touch nasty food in the sink. Yo, we can do a voice bio? They got voice bios now? Baby want milkies? Baby want milkies? Baby want milkies. Baby want milkies?
Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way, bro. What are we doing, man? What are we doing?
Baby want milkies. That's our voice bio, baby. I think we do have to get verified here. So we're gonna do that. I already took the picture, so you don't really have to. Come on, you. Oh God, please. Yes! Damn, that was fast. Dude, I thought I was gonna have to like wait a day or something. Shit, now we got verification. Sweet. All right. Now I guess we just browse profiles.
What the fuck? Giga Chad. I saw this stream on my recommended page. I decided to join and see what's going on. Hi Green Mountain, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. This is crazy. This is wild. Is this Giga Chad David? That's crazy. Or is it somebody else?
Okay, it's a brand new day. Yes, I waited overnight to actually browse the profiles in hopes that maybe somebody would message me, approach Asher first. But we have nothing. Nobody gives a shit about Asher. So we're gonna go out hunting ourselves. That was a weird way to say that. So instead of sitting here and scrolling through all these profiles, I opened 37 random ones and we're just gonna browse them. Let's just see how it is. All right, our first.
This is gonna be so awful. This is gonna be so awful. This will be so terrible. Oh God.
Profile here is Foo, 21 years old, a bisexual woman who works as a booty hole bandit. Like, what am I supposed to?
The booty hole bandit? What does that even mean? Is she into butt stuff? That's crazy.
Gather from this profile. Hit me up if you look like Fang, Final Fantasy 13, or love Overwatch Futa.
Nah, dude. However, she does have taste. She does have taste, considering that she's talking about Fang from Final Fantasy 13. I must admit, she does have taste.
Hey, you on your own can Google what Futa is. Andrew, 22 from Tampa, Florida. Fresh out the psych ward, on my way to horny jail. Okay, the fuck is this? What is this?
Booty hole bandit sounds like a good career option. That's just goofy, Mountain. That's just goofy. My chat is a little retarded. That's always how it is. I think this is a kink thingy. I think this is like a list of kinks that apply to like the percentage of how much somebody would be into that.
Chat, what is this? Switch? Brat? Experimentalist? Owner? Degradee? Submissive? Oh, this is sex stuff. I mean, I guess it's good to get that shit out of the way. Let's see what Jay's got going on. Just Jay, what a cool fucking name. I once baited a guy in India into thinking I was engaging in sex tourism with some Vietnamese girl I met, and that we wanted to have a threesome with him.
Of course, it's an Indian dude. Doesn't even surprise me. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind diagonal. Just chill a little.
We made him travel across his country whilst missing a shoe and carrying a pack of banana-flavored condoms just to spam text him with Soulja Quest. Once we made it to the hotel we told him we were at. There was no point to this story. I just thought about that the other night, and I hope that guy's doing okay. What the fuck, man? That's horrible.
Bro pulled up, thought he could get some play. Only to realize there's nobody there and got baited.
Bro, I would be so mad if I was that guy. Like, that guy's gotta have a hit out on you. Once baited a guy in India into thinking I was engaging in sex tourism. How do you even do that? All right, we got Zofia, 21. About Zofia. All that matters to me in life is Arknights.
Arknights? Yo, shout out to my boy Tectone. For killing Arknights. That is crazy. Arknights mentioned. Was bro this star for... He was probably. If you leave your country to meet up with a woman to smash. Yeah.
And incest.
Oh no. Oh, why are you even then on this dating app? Should have dated your brother. Or sister. Or dad. Or mom. Why are you even on here?
Are we already finding this shit? Oh yeah, and the photo right underneath is, are you guys in love? I thought they were siblings. That's okay. I don't think I'll ever be able to escape the incest stuff. Alex, 26. I'm blurring that photo because there's a partial booty cheek. Oh, he's a teacher. Oh no, I fucking hate those. I hate those. Ugh.
The cat grippers. Put them away! The feet! Oh, this is a fucking minion up there. That's a minion. Yeah, those look horrible.
That looks like real skin. That looks like actual cat skin. Cool that you enjoy your socks, but fuck, that freaks me out. Okay, the clubs that Alex is in, boy wife and chubby girl enjoyer. I'm lonely, message me please. You know what? Fuck it, let's message Alex. The realistic cat bottom socks seem like a sensory nightmare. Layla, 31, a straight...
What the heck? What is this picture? We got Peppa the Frog, Donald Trump, the American flag. That is crazy.
Woman from New York. What the fuck is this? Around pits, shoot 'em quick. About Layla, I'm a creative soul, designing artwork and writing stories, enjoying video games, watching anime, and reading controversial novels.
Controversial novels. Is it incest again?
And manga are my favorite pastimes. Plus, I'm open to travel locally or to faraway, safe places. Ah, I see what kind of person you are, Layla. What the fuck is this? Is this Chris Chan?
This is Chris Chan. This is Chris Chan. Look at this is Chris Chan. This is the Sonichu thingy. What the fuck? This is cursed. You're not a Kiwi Farms.
An artwork? I am not messaging Layla. Oh shit, it's sexfucker433. 28-year-old pansexual man from Nassau. Pretty sure he was in that one movie. About sexfucker433. I have a girlfriend and I will only waste your time. I am a cute anime girl IRL though. Talk to me if you have a cute profile pic. I am a cock-sucking...
What the f... Your new subscriber content seems kind of fun, to be honest. Thank you. This is wild. This is just wild. It is just wild that this is out in the open. And remember, in a few days, this will be shut down. If it even hasn't. And then these people will go onto regular dating apps and be out in the open. It's like we have literally containment breach now.
Guzzling, bussy having, limp-wristed, high-pitched voice, limp-wristed. Let's message. Rate the pussy 1 to 100. Okay, Levi 22.
Why you gotta do this, man? Why you gotta message them like that?
A non-binary white person who doesn't want kids, doesn't have kids, and is looking for short-term dating. All right, let's see what Levi has to offer us then. About Levi. I am the bipolar disorder demon twink girl boy thing you've been seeking.
Just say you're gay! Why? Also, BPD, that's a red flag. No, but that goes crazy. You'll see me every Friday and Saturday. Hello and greetings from Saudi Arabia. Okay. Cool. So many people from Saudi Arabia. That kinda crazy.
I have no dream jobs. Butch on call. I feel like I'm entirely out of my realm of understanding at this point. What the fuck does any of that shit mean? Hey Levi, what the fuck does your bio mean? Alright, Dylan, 24 years old. I like tanks and other combat vehicle, video games, blah blah blah. Bearish top, I don't know, I need to shave. Racist?
Racist? I feel like that goes for all of these people. Also, I just wouldn't take this too serious. Also, I would not take this too serious.
Just laying it out there, huh? You know what, Dylan? I am not gonna let that slide. What kind of racist are you? Someone already sent that intro? What sort of racist are you? There we go. Too fucking easy. Oh my god, bro. The fucking... just the whiplash of, like... Christina, 27 here. Completely normal profile. Like, so...
This is kind of... this is kind of funny. This is kind of funny. Woman, straight, Hispanic, Latino, single. Pharmacy technician, doesn't have kids, maybe wants kids. Looking for marriage. Why this is bait. This is bait. I don't believe that there's a normal woman on this. I don't believe it.
Oh, just a vanilla person. Just pictures of herself and then a bio, a very standard bio. I'm looking for deep connection with someone who values honesty, loyalty, kindness, and transparency. And then I go one profile over, fake Shemp. How is this your profile picture, dog? Honestly. Just serial killer gloves and a fucking murder knife? That's what we're doing now? About fake Shemp. Watching you sleep.
Bro might actually be Patrick Bateman.
Sleep isn't enough. Leave your window unlocked. Willing to share my Discord if you behave? No thanks. No thanks. Keep it to yourself. Clubs. I eat girls. And cannibalism. Awesome. No, honestly, I was thinking about joining those clubs too, but there's too many tryhards. All right, we got Lane, 21 years old.
It's a dude in a made-up outfit. Bring back shame. Honestly, I'm surprised something like farts never didn't come up yet. I don't think we at least got the incest, as usual. Crazy.
Appalachian supremacist, that's your job? I'm getting weird vibes here already. About Lane, I'm running out of patience. I don't like when people like you say they're running out of patience. Oh yeah, you know what? This checks out if that's the case. Interests include autism, Jesus Christ, anarcho-capitalist, and jerking off. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, we got another verified profile. Alex. Bisexual white woman. About Alex. What does any of that mean?
So, retard? Kinda okay. Femcel does not exist. Whore might be accurate. Whatever that is. I'm gonna Google that now. My voice is dying. I'm gonna Google that now. What the heck does that mean? Bunny. Bunny. Retard bunny, femcel whore. Okay. Sure.
What do you? Yeah, oh yeah, it's really all just pictures of herself. This is a real person. Oh, there's a voice bio. There's a voice bio.
Faggot.
Ooh, a verified account again.
Getting the F slur just whispered into my ear. Interesting.
Orvis 26, sick name. Ah, yes, the Sex Club. Hell yeah. Pervert maxing?
What does that mean? Because pervert maxing could go quite bad. Like stealing a woman's panties and shit. Might be a problem.
What? Oh man, I'm learning.
What do we even have here? What do we even have here? 6-hour video essays are fun, understandable. Actually, a freak bite me. Dark Souls. Femboy enjoyer exhibitionist. The federal government, at least. Okay. I like mentally unstable people. That includes all women. NTR? Never mind, kill this guy. NTR? How does one be into NTR? Why do you like cheating?
New shit today. Oh damn, he's got one of these things too. Non-monogamous, switch, voyeur, exhibitionist, experimentalist. Pfft, hell yeah. I mean that's plain shit. Rope bunny? Corvus a bit of a freak. About Corvus. Not here looking for anything deep, just looking for people to validate me in some sexual way. Corvus is here to fuck. Corvus is here to fuck and he wants you to know that. And lucky us.
Oh god. I'm giving you a few seconds to run away before we listen to this. Brace yourself. I expect the worst. Also, substitute teacher. Who let this man in school?
We have a voice bio. I'm already fucking with Corvus. I think this is gonna be good.
Hi, this is my voice bio. I hope you find my voice incredibly sexy, or at least not horrendously obnoxious to listen to. If you do find it sexy, tell me, and then send me audio of you touching yourself to it. Have fun.
You horny bastard, Corvus. Hey, shoot or shoot, man. Shoot or shoot. And Corvus?
Yikes.
Corvus is active in the building. Elaine, 21. Oh god. Back on here because I'm bored. I like skinny white boys and alcohol. We'll verify later. I'm just drunk and want to talk to cute boys. Elaine, I think you might be in the wrong place. You seem
way too normal. Lady, you should leave. Lady, you should leave. You seem way too normal. This is all bait accounts, 100%.
a little bit a little bit too vanilla of a person to be looking for shit on here. Ooh, KJ, 24, who works as a wage cock.
Wage cock. School of what? School of what? Sure. School of what? Good God.
Studied at the school of... They, them, don't talk to me if you aren't a leftist or a freak, autistic, stoner, boy, girl, so if you...
If you aren't a leftist, hell nah. Autistic, stoner, boy, girl. We got girl, boy, boy, girl. If you're emo, I'm already drooling violently. What the fuck, dude?
You like me, you're not straight. Sorry, not sorry. If you're emo, I'm already drooling violently. Come hard, stay clean, or whatever the fuck Gerard Way said. Sometimes oopie, sometimes kibby, always a menace. Ah wah wah. Let's see if she finishes strong with the voice bio, too.
Kinda based. Kinda based for this voice. A voice introduction. That's interesting. Are you covering the new full episode of Sister Leveling that dropped today? Yeah. I already have it in there.
No, that was good. All right, the last profile, Hadley. Oh, except this is our first has kids. Awesome. About Hadley. Honestly, I'm not even sure why I'm here. I'm a single mom to a 4-year-old who thinks I'm a superhero, which is hilarious because I barely managed to pay my electric bill this month. I work 10-hour days filling out paperwork for people who would rather pretend the planet isn't Hadley. Jeez, this is...
Bro wanted to find a gooner, and what did he find instead? A struggling single mom. On dual dishes. Why the fuck are you on there? Again, bait. Bait, these emo gooners are down bad. Down horrendous. It's crazy.
This is not... I want someone who's not scared to watch me wreck myself. Maybe even someone who'll hand me the matches. I know you think you're different. You're not. You won't fix me. You'll just get to say you knew me while I was still trying. Jeez. So much Twin Towers. So many...
Huh? What? Ain't no way, bro. Bruh.
Twin Towers enjoyers here. What the fuck? Hadley, again? 2 in a row? All right, we did get one DM, but I think I'm going to let this fester overnight, and we'll check back tomorrow and see if anybody else DMs. Because, you know what? I threw a couple out there, right? Anyways, we'll check back in tomorrow, and we'll go through these DMs. We got 6 DMs yesterday. 6. I remember the first time I did this video, I was only able to get 2 replies, I think. That's 2. That's 2. I only wanted 1. I got 2. I got 6 this time, and I wasn't even trying. The unfortunate thing is I edited most of the video already and cut a bunch of shit out. So I don't know if all of these people that messaged me back are even in the video. And I'm not going through all the raw footage just to remember what I said to these people or who these people are. We'll start with Dylan down here, where I said, what sort of racist are you? And he said,
the funny kind. That is crazy.
Funny kind. Okay, man. So he's clearly flirting with me. Then we have Levi. This was the person that said that they were like some sort of bipolar demon or some shit like that. So I just said, hey, Levi, what the fuck does your bio mean? To which Levi replied, Rorschach test. It means whatever appeals and applies to you. So that's not open-ended or mysterious or anything. Now, I'm struggling to remember this one. This is Bree. And I said, may I be admitted to the psych ward? To which she replied, yes, you may. I don't know why the fuck I said that. I don't remember what the context is there, but I'm happy. And then I got a reply from Meow, to who I said, sick bong rip. And they said, thanks. Ah, it's the voice bio was a bong rip. Okay. I understand. Oh, damn! Sex fucker hit us back. Rate
the pussy 1 to 100. Terrible. Absolutely awful. Chat, send in your bussy. I'll rate it.
Bussy 1 to 100. Terrible. Absolutely awful. Sex fucker, you need more confidence. Oh, and then the cat sock person messaged me back. I said, the realistic cat bottom socks seem like a sensory nightmare. To which Alex replied, they are, but they're too cute not to wear. To me, doesn't matter how cute something is. If it feels like skin and it's not real skin and you touch me with it, I'm gonna kill someone. Damn, somehow a bigger success than last time. Oh my god, the app's only 2 days away from dying. I gotta...
Like I said, these people, once they're out in the open, what war?
Donate. You know, I was gonna donate, and now I'm looking at this, and I don't feel like filling this out. I'm sorry. I'm donating my thoughts and prayers. Anyways, guys, that was another round of Duolicious. Really hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, leave a like down below, and if you're new here, also, don't forget to join the Discord server. The link is in the description down below. Anyways, with all that out of the way, guys.
That is pretty much the end of the video. And yep, Zoom, politics is not a topic. Why do you bring up politics? Very interesting. This was an interesting experience. Well, that app is dead. Is it still there? Let me check. Let me check. Oh, it seems to be still there. For now. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's still there. But yeah, that was crazy. Let's watch Azel. Yeah. This is gonna be awful. This will be awful. Anyways. Best of Azel. Sister Leveling. Full season 3. By the anime boys. Oh god. This will be terrible. They're gonna ruin my girl. Let me move over. They're gonna ruin my girl. Absolutely. This is gonna be awful. Let's start.
Where are you going, stepbro?
No, it's not the femboy version. There is a femboy version as well. Nah, dude. Is there really a femboy version? This is gonna be awful. I got the right one at least, not the femboy version. Never mind. If there is a femboy version, I will not watch it. I'd rather just live. I'd rather just live.
Bro.
I'm heading out for a while.
Ooh, are we doing some sort of daddy-daughter roleplay now?
Oh, God.
You're
We just continue. We just continue.
not gonna leave for 10 years, are you?
Do me a favor and don't wait up for me.
Yes, Daddy!
The only way to heal my mom is to get the elixir of life from this gate. I have to know. And I'll just have to kill anyone who gets in my way.
Intruder! By order of the Demon King! We sentence you to death!
Sorry, you were saying something about death?
Wait! It was a prank! There are cameras!
Wait.
A prank? Well, I don't think that works that way. I don't think that works that way.
You're a girl? How old are you?
Old enough?
Do you happen to have any relation to the Sung family?
Not that I know of.
Finally! A normal heroine! Wait, you are a girl, right?
Does that really matter?
Honestly, at this point, no, not really.
Bro really said female optional. Standards. Breathing optional. Woman optional.
Really?
Well, I'm not just a girl.
Great.
I am Essel, the princess of the Demon Castle.
Oh, hold on. You're the daughter of the Demon King? What kind of father puts his own daughter on the front lines?
Yeah, he's kind of a dick.
The other soldiers in the demon castle are actually my siblings.
Oh, shit.
Oh no. Oh! Oh, well that's a problem. He can make new ones. It's not an issue. Star looks like Sasha from Attack on Titan. Ezreal does not look like... Huh? You blind?
Kill achievement unlocked.
Nice, 10,000 kills. Whoops.
It's fine. I have a lot of them. My dad's a freak.
In that case, system, activate voice appeal. Demonic upgrade.
Voice appeal activated.
Listen, you will take me to your father so I can clear this gate. If you cross me, I will pin you down. Show
That's a new one. I know that he had the sexy voice upgrade, but that's a new one, bro. He's a demon. What else are you expecting? Sure, yeah.
you slowly, just so I could bring you back as my permanent shadow slave. Do you understand?
Yes, Master.
Service route is now.
Servant route, side character route, the fucking iron route? The iron route. This shocks me less than this.
Available.
Well, that makes it sound weird.
For my disobedience, please inflict upon me 20 spankings. Lashes.
We don't need to go that far.
From here forth, I shall be known as Essel, the servant of Lord Genu.
Guide of Genu is fine.
Slave of Genu.
That's worse.
Pet of Genu.
What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this?
Just take me to your father.
You are my daddy.
Your actual father!
Well, we are continuing with the usual thing of daddy.
Father, we bring you this intruder to be punished for his crimes of killing thousands of our soldiers, children of the demon castle.
Very well. As the Demon King, I shall punish you for your crimes against our kingdom.
How so?
You must take my daughter as your wife.
Wait, you want me to marry your daughter? What about all of your kids that I killed?
I breed them like ants. I honestly can't remember half.
I breed them like ants. Bruh. Bruh. I know a frog that has a slime pet. It's the other way around! Fuck you!
Half of their names.
Father!
Shut it, Jeremy!
I'm Michael!
See?
Okay, but why do you want me to marry your daughter?
Well, if you marry the princess, the rest of my children will be your brothers. You don't strike me as a man that would do anything heinous to their siblings.
Right. Well, I accept.
Servant route selected.
Oh, you accepted so quickly.
Believe me, it's better than my other options.
That's good. Honestly, I was kind of...
Bro locked her down before the sister got in the way. Bro locked her down before the sister got in the way. Kinda a bad choice. Should have picked the sister.
worried that you would find the current age of my daughter unacceptable.
How?
Oh no. Oh no. No.
How old's your daughter?
She's 37.
Oh, she's a bit older, but that's fine.
Though in human years, I guess she would be 5.
So, is this now minor leveling or not? Bro cannot escape it.
Now, in true demon tradition, you must consecrate the marriage in front of me.
I'm gonna kill your father now.
I'm okay with that.
Wait! It was prank! There are cameras!
It's gonna be a long
The mnemonic honeymoon. God damn it.
journey to the top of the demon castle.
So, this is technically our honeymoon. Does that mean we're going to...
Essel,
Yes, Master!
take off your armor. You're not gonna need it for a while.
He's so direct. Telling me to take off my clothes already?
So tell me, have you ever taken on something this big before?
How big are we talking?
Huge.
Jesus!
He's talking about his cock. No, he isn't. But what is he talking about?
Maybe I should drink this to loosen up a bit.
That's a good idea. You should hydrate. We could be going for days.
Days? What kind of ungodly stamina does he have?
Look, this is your last chance. This is going to be hard. I can't guarantee you'll survive.
Holy shit! He thinks he's gonna kill me? God, that's hot. I mean, don't be weird, Essel. You don't think you can go easy on...
What do you mean, don't be weird? This has been weird from the start. This has been weird from the get-go.
On me? I mean, this is my first time.
First time? What are you talking about?
Wait, are you not talking about having sex with me?
What? No! Didn't your dad say you were like 5?
I'm 37 in demon years.
Yeah, and Tank is 42 in bear years. Doesn't mean I would have sex with him.
I mean...
What? What? The bear? Tank? The bear? Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Everything good? Paradox question. What's bigger? Your ego? Your... Both. Both is huge.
You have a point, but I'm different. Time works differently in the demon realm. Maybe only 5 years have passed in the human world, but 37 long years passed here. I was ordered by my father to remain a virgin until I was married. Do you know how hard it's been to...
Damn, that father's based. Damn, that father is based.
remain untouched for that long? All I want is for someone to take my 37-year-old untouched body and violently rearrange my organs in ways that should probably be illegal in all levels of the demon realm. Sorry, was that too much?
No regards, but should we really be watching this? They are smashing. No! No!
I'm taking notes.
You have reached the 100th floor.
Did he just pull up on a fucking dragon? That's pretty hard, not gonna lie.
Oh god! That's the demon monarch, protector of the demon castle, and my ex-boyfriend.
The ex-boyfriend is crazy.
Wait, that ugly bastard's your ex-boyfriend?
The demon monarch stats outrank you in every category.
I bet his dick stat doesn't outrank me. Huh? Fuck this guy.
Your pride has...
Bro heard him and just pulled out his cock. That's crazy. It's a wyvern, not a dragon. Oh no!
suffered critical damage.
Fine! You wanna die so badly? System, play my theme song.
Playing theme song.
Not that song, System!
Theme song has been overridden by the demon monarch.
We can do that? Okay, let's see how you like this!
Oh, my bad. Did I destroy your ride? Maybe now we can fight on the same level.
Oh no! Baran only flies on his dragon to flex on people. He's actually much stronger on the ground.
Now you tell me this?
Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. This isn't good.
You guys have a man. Bro was overwriting his song. That's crazy. System play the uncopyright song, true and real. I need to go, guys. But okay, take care, GT. Bye bye.
Yourself a man, more like my bitch.
Why is this?
Why was bro moaning?
Turning me on.
Nah, I'm good.
Son of a bitch! Essel, I will show you that I am the better man.
You really want to lose your life over a bitch?
Hey!
Sorry, I was just trying to sound cool.
It's fine. I kinda like it when you talk to me like that.
This is Gooner peak.
I will end this now.
Damn, he's strong.
Time to die.
Shit, oh shit, oh shit!
Master, I'll save you! Oh shit.
No, that distracted you just long enough for me to level up past it.
What kinds of anime logic?
But anime logic is what does it most of the times. Or the power of friendship that gets pulled out occasionally as well.
The Demon Monarch has been defeated, and you have been awarded the elixir
His cock is still out. His cock is still out.
of life.
Finally.
Master!
Oh, right. Look, Essel. As much as I hate to just dick and dash, I kinda gotta get back to my world for a
Don't people usually use pump and dump? And don't what dick and dash? That's a new one. I've never heard this one before.
bit.
No, I understand. But of course, you're always welcome back here as my husband and one true love.
Incoming call.
Hey, Genu! When are you coming home? I've been dying for that 12-inch of yours again.
Oh, shit.
Who the hell is that?
I'm his sister? Who the hell are you?
I'm Essel, the demon princess. Wait, did she say again? You hooked up with your sister?
Look, the system made me do it, and I'm kinda hoping she's not my blood sister.
Oh my god! I can't believe I married you!
Genu! You've been gone for 1 week! You married a fucking demon?
Oh, and by the way, I'm only 5 in human years, so he's technically a pedophile.
Oh, come
Bro, it's actually cooked. Bro committed the crime by hooking up with his biological sister. Bro dates a demon minor. Bro is cooked.
Come on!
Again with this shit, Genu?
Servant route has been failed.
The servant route has been failed indeed. That was crazy. Once again, that was in fact crazy. That was wild. Pretty wild. Funny though. This is not gonna be the last one. We're gonna get the daddy route. Eventually. Crazy. I'm going to get some breakfast. Does anyone have any recommendations? I don't. I don't eat breakfast. Let me drink water. Anyways. We got one that I need to do. Yep, we're doing this one. A ref video. This pretty much summarizes the entire Cinder situation, which is why I can watch it. Which is nice. So guys know what I was talking about for a bit. Popular VTuber's career implodes after sabotaging friends and blaming it on her manager. Barbiff says this is about Cinder. Can I send the redneck video? Sure you can. Sure. I just find this entire thing interesting, okay? I read all the docs, pretty much. Though, to be fair, I forgot most of it already again. So I may remember some things. I did not watch Bao's and Lily's response to it. I did not watch that. I don't know if he brings them up here. I have no idea. But we'll see.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rip here. So today we're going to be talking about some big VTuber-related drama involving one of the largest indie VTubers on the scene, and that is, of course...
I'm going to say it. She's kind of retarded. She's kind of retarded. And there's a simple reason for why I say that. The apology that she gave was apparently absolute horseshit. First of all, either don't even respond, don't even make an apology. There's three options. Don't respond, make a response, and just double down and say, yep, it was business. That is it. Problem solved. More or less. You can't recover from that. Or actually apologize. She went the fourth route. Give a half-assed apology and putting it all on her boyfriend. Manager.
Cinder, who is now losing a lot of her own fans as well as some of her connections to peers over a barrage of Google Docs that were released yesterday that show many negative things about her from behind the scenes, making a very clear picture that she is someone who is very manipulative, she's paranoid, and very deceitful, and even targets these things not just to anyone, but to some people within the VTubing scene who considered her a friend. She was doing all of this, actively sabotaging some of her own friends in private, trying to hurt their career, all to line her own pocket, to make sure she's the one still on top and that these other people are no longer a threat to her.
See, and I'm not even saying that you can't... Pretty much she saw her friends as competition, right? And I'm not even saying that that's wrong, right? You can have a friendly competition. It's just that if you try to fuck them over, where it becomes a problem. You can have competition between your friends. And if you are in the same space, let's not be delusional. If you are in the same space or you make similar content, you are kind of competing in a way. That does not give you the right to sabotage somebody though.
So we're going to be talking about several Google Docs here. We're going to kind of weave our way through them to get more context as we go. And I promise you it's definitely worth kind of trudging through this video to get more and more context, because as you get more context, the more unhinged all of this gets. And of course, for brevity's sake, I'm not going to read through every single document. You can do that on your own. They're very easy to find on Twitter right now, but I'm just going to quickly summarize the key points and give you some good context to work with here. So let's begin with this individual right here. This was the first.
And this stock, and I think some screenshots somewhere else, these are problematic. Because people are now more and more looking at this, and they're compiling it, and they're finding out that there's some things wrong with it. Which does make it seem like Nanoless was not manipulated. There are some videos out there. There's some people compiling these on Twitter. And there is certainly a question to be asked if this is actually manipulation. Because, apparently, Nanoles would have made a mad bank if she actually just worked for Cinder. Like, she was actually given more money. So if that is genuinely manipulation or not, I'm questioning, and many others have started to question this.
Google Doc released onto Twitter by the user Nanolis, and this Google Doc, or at least the tweet sharing it, has 8 million views, to give you an idea of how big of a deal this is, okay? So who's this individual? Well, they're an artist who works primarily with VTubers, working with some of the biggest people in the industry, including some very large agency VTubers like Iron Mouse, and also some of the biggest indie VTubers like Cinder, as well as Silvervale, who will also be a part of this story today. So let's begin with the intro of her Google Doc. So she says this: I wanted to share my experience with Cinder and Red manipulating me, using me, and dragging me into drama while sabotaging, slandering, and spreading lies about people I thought were her closest friends. Not only do I no longer wish to work with Cinder, but I want to share what I've endured over the years and shed light on what she has been doing behind people's backs to protect artists and friends that may be experiencing something similar.
And there's also, in one of the documents, there's also screenshots who are out of order, which are kind of manipulative, because it makes you seem like one thing was, which kind of makes it seem like some side was more manipulated again, which is kind of douchey if you consider that they're out of order, which is a problem. Because then the timeline doesn't align. I think it was in Silvervale's doc. I could be wrong. Hey, Darkest Daylight, how are you doing? Have you been good? Or good, Darkrai? I remember.
Note, based on working with Redacted, or Red, Cinder's manager, and Cinder over the years, I am sure that they speak.
Also, Redacted is his actual, like, username. It's not, like, a name you can't say. He does not mean redacted in, like, name cannot be said. Redacted is his actual username.
For one another, and there is no reason to believe Red was acting without Cinder's consent and knowledge. Whenever I use they or them, it refers to both of them acting as a team. So the first thing to cover here is, who is this Redacted? Or
I wonder how Redacted feels about this. Genuinely, like, Cinder's put it all on him. And, this is like a like, honey, I need this kind of situation. You need to shield me. Like, to him, nothing particular is gonna happen, right? He's still with Cinder. Maybe? I don't know. You can call me good, can call me Dark or Darkness. I'll call you Dark. That works. I'm good. You? I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking.
Red individual who's being mentioned many times. And it's important to understand who they are because their name will come up over and over again, especially in a lot of the early screenshots we're going to be seeing. So this is the redacted individual, Red, as they're known here. And this is their pinned tweet on social media. And they are Cinder's manager. Now, I picked this pinned tweet to show because I recognize this image. It's from WeebCon 2024, where I was a featured guest. And I mention this because I attended it in person and I got a bird's eye view of everything going on at the convention. And there was a lot of big names at this convention, especially from the VTubing scene. But I don't think anyone was as big as Cinder. She brought in a lot of people to this convention. Her meet and greet line was out the door. Her merch was flying off the shelves. Every event, including the concert she participated in, was filled to the brim with fans. She was a very big deal. Now, I bring that up not to, like, gas her up or something, but
she certainly was a really big deal. She's partial owner of Gamer Subs. In addition to that, she is a big deal.
To show that she is doing very well financially. She is at the top of the VTubing scene, at least independently, and she doesn't really have a need for more money and more fame, as it would seem to the normal person, which makes her actions, where she's privately sabotaging her own friends in the industry, even more crazy, because it's totally unnecessary with her circumstances. Now, continuing on with this red individual, you can see this response to what we'll see is Cinder's first.
Also, there's Van Peaches. People have been finding stuff about her as well. She's also kind of not safe and kinda sus.
And only response to this entire thing, actually ratioing her. Okay, this is from Van Peaches. She's someone who's been around the ASMR and VTubing scene for many years. She said this: I remember playing Phasmophobia with you and hearing Red chat away next to you before you debuted like 4 years ago. You told me he was your boyfriend. Then before we met for TwitchCon, you switched up and said, just so you know, my manager is coming with me on this trip, as if I didn't know who he was. It's even ickier to read this tweet knowing he is your significant other and that you're probably going to try and avoid taking responsibility.
I'm gonna say, there's many more people out there who do have boyfriends. Who do have boyfriends, but they're not telling you. They're just trying to bait you into believing that they don't have somebody so they can squeeze out a little more money. Those also exist, and they're especially prevalent in VTubing. Just saying. Also, like I said, I don't believe that only he was doing stuff, because if you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend or a partner, whatever you want to call them, you usually tell them a lot. A lot or even everything. So I do not believe. And they were kind of acting like the same person, in a way, as a duo. So I do not believe that she did not know.
Responsibility for hurting people who trusted you as friends by nuking the red side of this duo. Now this is crazy. Once again, for the 1000th time in the VTubing scene, the VTuber manager turns out to also be the secret boyfriend. Many
such cases. Shondo wins again.
Many such cases, but this is very messy because there seems to be an issue of loyalty here. Now, there was another Google Doc that was released by this Rain individual who is part of the ASMR scene, who shared this detailing their experience with Cinder in private, where at the time, seemingly when Cinder was with this red individual, the manager boyfriend, she was cheating on him with this guy via...
Yeah, she was sexting him. Kind of wild. As a man, I would have not let that fly. I would have not been with... I would have broken up with Cinder pretty much immediately if I was this guy. It's just, bro, she cheated on you. What are you doing? you're shielding somebody that cheated on you. That is crazy to me.
Sexual personal messages and stuff like that. And I'm not going to sit here and read through all this. It's very clear, and the context is abundantly clear that everyone involved in this knew Cinder was in a relationship, and she was venting embarrassing details of their relationship to this guy, and also they were sharing sexual messages and seemingly also like not safe for work photos possibly and stuff like that. Clearly there was that sort of thing going on here, and Of course, this person's no saint. They're interfering with a relationship and all that, but it just proves there's a very big question of loyalty with Cinder, and we're going to see that pretty much replicated among her friendships throughout this video. And this is the response. And I guess she's not even loyal to the manager boyfriend, because her first and only response to this situation currently is this tweet that she made shortly after the first Google Doc was released. And it seems like an attempt to get on top of it.
And I mean, this kind of said nothing, right? This kind of said nothing, because even if she fired him, you know what easy it is to make just a new account and just say, yo, this is my new manager, but it's the same dude, and you will never know? Like, we know that this means nothing.
This, but it's just backfiring. So she said, effective immediately, redacted, will no longer be managing or overseeing my VTuber activities. He no longer represents me as a creator, my brand, or my intentions. I'm sorry, everyone. I'll make a larger response when I'm able. So, as we saw, Van Peaches would correct Cinder in the replies and ratio her, saying, by the way, this was your boyfriend the whole time, and I predicted you would do this. But also keep in mind, with these sort of teaser apologies where they're like hinting at what they're going to discuss in the apology that's going to come out whenever, it's about what you mention and what you don't mention. And the only thing she really mentions here is redacted, basically kicking the VTuber manager boyfriend to the side and saying, oh, I'm sorry about everything he did.
And I do think you cannot tell me that Cinder does not have things she could use to fire back. I do not think that she does not have things to shoot back. So I'm genuinely wondering. Does she have anything to make the weight that is now on her shoulders lighter? Because she has not done another response again since. Now she might just wait. She might use the classic tactic of just wait until the storm is over, in a way. Or she might have a comeback. And it interests me how that will look like.
And that's really all she covers. She doesn't cover anything she said herself or any of the really crazy stuff we're going to be seeing in these Google Docs. But yeah, not a very good start. But let's return to the Google Doc, the initial one from Nanolis, saying this, slandering other creators. I will start with screenshots showing them speaking ill of other creators and spreading rumors while manipulating me that it's all in our best interest. In addition to spreading ill rumors, they also complain and accuse Bao of giving their editor too much work, and referring there to, I guess, either a joint effort between those parties or Cinder's, not really sure, but anyways, it says resulting in the editor not having any time for new clients, which will be important later on. The screenshots below show them showing their affection and appreciation, immediately followed by spreading rumors and lies to make other clients appear problematic to manipulate any future decisions regarding commissions. Now, they share various screenshots proving what they just said, but because we had the name drop here, that is, of course, Bao the Whale, who was another very successful independent VTuber who would make her own response to this situation, her own Google Doc, because she was hurt by someone she considered a friend discovering all these messages that are trying to blackball her, at least with some of the artists she wishes to work with in the industry. So she would...
And it seems, at least for Bao, that her thing is genuine. Her entire... what she dropped and everything, that is genuine. There doesn't seem to be any problems, as far as I have seen. The main problem that is currently people are talking about is that there's some unclean things about Nano and Shy Lily. Those two. Mostly Nano. And it does seem like at least Bao was very genuinely hurt.
Share some of this in her Google Doc, and you can see at the beginning she clarifies again, as Nanolis did, that because she was close and worked with Cinder for years and considered her a friend, she can say, based on her experience, that Cinder and Red collaborate to the extent in which Red operates as her primary point of contact in her professional and personal projects, and they believe that basically any effort done by Red is something that was known about and approved by Cinder, which is not surprising given the fact it's the manager boyfriend. Okay, so let's get into some of the things that were said about Bao. So in March of 2024, I announced that one of my subathon goals was a live 2D model. Nanolis was going to be the live 2D illustrator. So if you're not familiar with what that means, basically, she set a sub goal where she would then commission Nanolis to make a new model for her, some sort of enhancement of whatever.
And Bao was blocked from getting that model, as far as if I remember correctly. And then, because of Cinder, and then, but however, also vented to Cinder about it, which is... You're venting to the person that is his fault, that fucked you over, which is kind of crazy. Hey, morning, guys. Hi, Zero. How you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Whatever she already had, and that is a very big endeavor. I believe Nanolis's commissions for a VTuber model are like 10 grand. Like, they're very, very expensive investments, so this is a pretty big thing to do, and also, it seems very clear from the jump here that Bao was very excited about this opportunity to work with Nanolis because her models are very good. Hence why so many people who are at the top of the industry work with her. But she continues on. After she finished both the design and base model sketch, there was suddenly back and forth on whether or not she had the physical and mental capacity to continue my model. I was very sad, as I had not only teased a screenshot of the model sketch on Twitter, but I had also grown very attached to the design and showed it to all my friends in a private group chat that Cinder was a part of. I shared how devastated I was, and she did not comment or say anything despite others in the group chat comforting and reassuring me. I now realize that the reason for her silence was because Cinder and Redacted were deliberately sabotaging ongoing commissions and blocking VTubers such as myself from having access to art from Nanolis. So you can see this screenshot that we'll see multiple times throughout these docs here. Basically trying to set up an exclusivity deal with Nanolis. So Redacted here saying, what about we pay you X and you don't have to discount it from the next payment, and we'll continue giving you lots of model work, I think like around 4 years right now, but you don't work with Bao, a censor name, at all again. Models or art. I don't think you've ever done anything with Bao before. Also, we have some other work, yada, yada, yada.
Again, this is where it starts to get a bit problematic. Because despite everything, Nanolis would have gotten a lot more money from this, from the exclusivity. Because there's like two things. You either go take the exclusivity, which would have given you a lot more money, or you would have not been exclusive and a lot more clients. That really depends. However, the problem is kind of, I don't see how this seems to be particularly manipulative. Because it literally says, you get a lot of money, and we get exclusivity, therefore you cannot work with somebody else. Nanolis could have just literally declined, and that would have been it. Which I do kind of not understand.
So what they're trying to say is, if you agree to this, we'll pay you a certain amount to just work exclusively with us and not with anyone else in the industry, which is already kind of a potentially scummy move, right? You're trying to like gatekeep this artist. But someone having an exclusive artist isn't exactly a crazy thing, but in this case it is, because one...
Of course, in this situation, because specifically Mao was mentioned, that obviously feels shitty because she is her friend. So obviously that feels shitty. But then again, Nanoles could have just said no.
One of the targets, Bao, was their friend. They're basically chopping off contact with an artist that Bao already works with through this exclusivity agreements. And that is something pretty messed up, if you ask me. Trying to literally sabotage their own career and some of their activities so they can basically keep reins on this artist, because they don't want this artist to enhance the careers of the people around them. But they get even crazier down here. They say, we could do it when blank asks for art, you tell her no, and then tell us to buy another art piece. Like, so you get another job from it. Which we'll find out, spoiler alert, this is Silvervale, by the way. They're so hung up on this exclusivity thing, they'll literally just make...
Also here, there's, for example, the problem. This one is at 9 p.m. This one is at 8:30 p.m., around 8:30 p.m. So this one is later than this one. So this seems out of, what's the word? The timeline doesn't work here. Which, I don't know if, is that done deliberately or not? Like, is this on purpose? I have no idea.
Make up things to commission just to make sure these other parties are not getting anything from this artist. It's a pretty crazy endeavor that they're going for with this stuff. But let's talk about the other things that were said about Bao. There's a bunch of screenshots. Again, I'm just going to sum them up for the sake of brevity here, where they tried to pepper Nanolis with a very negative image of Bao. And then they present the exclusivity event or agreement. They want to make it seem like Bao is this unreliable, bad person who's going to ultimately be a disappointment for Nanolis. So you might as well sign this exclusivity agreement with us. That's what they were going for. They were saying stuff about how she's been trying to take away some of their editors, that they're convinced that she tried to convince these editors to no longer work with Redacted and Cinder, and that she's trying to bark up the tree of one of their live 2D animators, and that it's so annoying and that she has all these issues. It's really just lined out here. She's been getting on their nerves for a while. She hijacked their YouTube editor, constantly picking up artists.
Like I said, my problem is not with Bao. That is not my problem. But my problem is certainly with Nanolis. Because there's another thing. On Twitter, somebody called her out on something. And that guy got immediately blocked. Which is kind of suspicious.
That they work with, barking up the tree of the live 2D animators. And also, as pointed out right down here, she has a way of guilt-tripping people to get her way, which is an incredibly ironic thing for Redacted to be saying in this context. But as you can see, it just continues on and on with more things, trying to basically push down these other creators and form this exclusivity agreement that will ultimately work to the benefit of Cinder and to the detriment of the other potential clients. But of course, we had that whole thing where they had to cancel their endeavor with Bao. They had this model in the works, and they had to come out of nowhere and basically say, yeah, I gotta cancel this because, well, I have these issues going on and I don't have time for the capacity for it. And again, it serves towards this exclusivity agreement, which, again, let's shift gears back to the original Google Doc. I know it's like all over the place, but that's how we're working through this stuff. There is a section about exclusivity and blacklisting other creators. And you can see in the messages below, they mention wanting an exclusivity contract, but they didn't want to pay for exclusivity, but rather when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for a commission, they would guarantee me model work for Cinder only, and if anyone asked for my commissions, they commissioned me instead to compensate for not working with other creators. This felt very strange, given that one of the accusations they made was overworking their editor, yet their solution to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me to keep me from working on other projects. And again, yes, the irony is pretty palpable here, but again, referring to some of the stuff down here, the pressure that they're trying to line up over this whole exclusivity thing is crazy. We also see one of our concerns.
And again, I feel like Nanoless could have just said no. I don't want exclusivity, and the thing would have been done. I don't quite get that.
Is that more nano babies means nano models don't have the same value anymore. So, in case you don't know what the nano babies things means, it basically means one of the VTuber models she created, that they would be referred to as nano babies, right? And they're trying to put pressure on Nanoless, saying if you keep making more models and you keep working with more people and, you know, making a living for yourself, you're going to make these models less valuable for Cinder, and you're going to hurt her bottom line. You can see the angle they're going for right there, but there's also some more redacted sections over here, but Cinder herself would respond to this whole point about the nano babies not having the same value anymore, and she would say this in response to Nanoless saying, "Hey Cinder, hope you're doing okay. I talked with Red, and I believe he talked to you already. I thought it would be best if I just checked here personally. Actually, I wanted to know better your thoughts because Red tried to talk me and..."
There it is, by the way. It's just business. We should have a meme out of this. Which means, yeah. This entire section, I feel like, confirms pretty much that she knew.
Talk to me, and I think I misunderstood things. They ask, what's up? And they say, oh, it's mostly this, referring to the diminishing value of these nano babies as they work with more clients. I thought on canceling some models because of it, but then I realized it's not really fair to me. They're starting to realize, wait a second, this isn't very fair. Where Cinder responds by saying, I understand what he means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. That is the quote that people are taking away from this. We've heard other infamous quotes in the VTubing scene that have backfired or presented themselves as very ironic with context, but the whole thing about it's just business at the end of the day is a perfect summation of what's going on here. It's all just business to Cinder, and that's okay, right? On its face, it's okay to treat this like a business and to try to maximize your opportunities, but when you're already at the top of the VTubing scene and you're privately going around and sabotaging the careers of your own friends and other peers, that's crazy.
I'm gonna say something that I might get shit for, but the only reason why this is being blown out of like to this size is, and I find I'm gonna say it, is because you guys. I've not been here long enough, but the top guys have turned VTubing into this, like, we are all a big family and like also positive little people. No, we're not. No, we're not. And because the space has that image, every shitty little thing that isn't even that much of a big deal, like this is, but even little things that aren't that much of a big deal, get blown hugely out of proportion because we're all so little good, positive people. We're not. I've never seen so much drama in my life.
That's absolutely crazy behavior. Now, let's go back to this right here. You're seeing some more redacted names. Don't work with blank ever again. Down here, again, you don't work with these people ever again. And there was also this mention about when someone asked for art, this particular individual. Well, we know who this individual is now. It is Silvervale, another person who is very popular in the VTubing scene and really just content creation in general. And she made her own statement about this because based on context, she figured out a lot of these mentions were about her. But this is an interesting one because she's not friends with Cinder. In fact, a lot of the details we're going to see is a lot of pressure being put on Silvervale by Cinder to form a business relationship or a forced friendship, really just for financial opportunities, that leaves Silvervale uncomfortable and constantly rejecting Cinder and her ideas regarding those things I just mentioned. But let's begin with the intro from Silvervale, saying her intention is to give herself closure of these events that personally affected her. I debated if I wanted to even say anything after being asked if I wanted my name in the original document censored, as the situation is much bigger than just my personal experience. However, after finding out how wide and extensive the transgressions were, I feel the need to give clarity to my situation and how I was personally affected. I want to note, as others have, that a majority of the messages are from Redacted, Cinder's manager. I find it impossible that he acted solely on his own intentions without Cinder's knowledge or consent, given the extent to which he has represented her publicly and professionally. And she talks about some of these situations involving things we've already talked about, but the big part here is now the reveal that this exclusivity agreement not only targeted Bao and this censored name, but also Silver, and then directly mentions Silvervale down here, saying if Silver ever asks for art, you tell her no, and then we'll buy you another piece of art. Like I said, literally burning their own money just to make sure Silvervale doesn't have an option.
Once again, I feel like this could have really just been a big just, no, I don't want exclusivity, stop bothering me about this, and it would have been done. Seeing this again really does feel like it.
Opportunity to work with this artist. Pretty wild stuff. But of course, we look through everything, and it's getting pretty unhinged. So, down here we see Cinder making a claim that we'll see repeated multiple times. So when Nanolis starts saying that they're sorry for stepping back on this exclusivity deal, and that they wanted to apologize personally to Cinder, and that they've talked with Red as well, and they want to be dragged into personal issues and drama and stuff like that, and that they don't want to basically
To be honest, the whole Cinder document boils down to the whole Silvervale document boils down to Cinder being kind of creepy and like forcing this friendship and like kind of parasocial in a way where I'm like, bro, you're just creepy. I think that's what this boils down to, kind of creepy.
abandon Silvervale as a client, and it's destroying their mentality to do that kind of a deal. Cinder says, I get it, Nano, and it was unfair to push this on you, but it's just really confusing going back and forth about it. I just get compared to her a lot, even still today, and it's like I'm always living in someone's shadows, which is one reason why Red asked you about not making any more models for her.
Which is like so weird, bro. It's just so weird, bro.
So you can see that this comparison to Silvervale is just living rent-free in her mind, and also just speaking casually here, like I don't really get the connection that much, and also I would say Cinder really shouldn't be so threatened by everyone around her. Like I said, she's up at the top. I don't know why she's so hostile to everyone that's even close to her. But of course, this mention of someone kind of ripping off their brand, reminding people too much of themselves, or being compared.
Greed. It's really just greed, I feel like. Greed? and maybe a little bit of ego.
Compared to is something we've seen before with Nyan Tails here, okay, someone from the ASMR scene, pointing out that a couple years back, they were dogpiled by their community, by Cinder's community, because she decided to make a Cuddles with a Lonely Hellhound ASMR audio. Okay, so in case it wasn't clear already, Cinder has a Hellhound themed VTuber, and people in her community, seeing that someone had the audacity to try to claim any sort of ownership of a Hellhound concept, even making an ASMR roleplay audio using the concept.
That's new. I did not know that one. That's weird. That is weird as fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna see Leaflet coming after me because I'm a slime. That is weird as hell. You cannot claim a concept. I'm very sorry, but you cannot claim a concept. Aren't there other Hellhound VTubers though? Weird.
Of a Hellhound. They thought that was ripping off Cinder. And people in the community were saying stuff like, you're cringe, she was getting dogpiled, had to remove a lot of this stuff because of the overwhelming dogpiling. And you can see on tweets like this, liked by Cinder. And also redacted as well.
Yo, that was still when the good of times of your likes are public.
Not too surprising. But this pettiness and this crazy notion that she owns the concept of a hellhound and is supporting people dogpiling on this other creator because she dared to use the concept for an ASMR roleplay is wild. The unbelievable pettiness is crazy and also just reminiscent of a better time when likes were public. Miss those days. It used to be such a good tool. But let's go back to the art or the Google Doc from Silvervale. And this is the most brutal section. If you hung in there for the, 25 minutes we've been talking, okay, this to me is the most brutal, hard watch of this entire thing. It's just embarrassing. And again, the greediness is off the charts. So it's titled Cinder and I. Discovering that all of this was going on behind the scenes has been gut-wrenching. I didn't know Cinder. We weren't friends, and we have barely talked. Even writing this, I do not understand what I could have possibly done to warrant the level of malice and cruelty shown. In our private interactions, I was cordial as possible, but I just wasn't interested in associating with her professionally or being her friend.
Kinda because you are better. And I think Cinder's problem is that she can't see somebody just kind of being better or more loved by the space. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe she's very jelly.
From the few uncomfortable interactions I did have with her, I had gotten the vibe that her primary goal was to climb the social and content ladder and grow her brand. And she goes on to say, like, okay, if you want to do that, that's fine, but I just don't want to be associated with someone like that at all. Just trying to pretend to be a friend for the purposes of growing their brand. So then we get this screenshot saying the only time I had actually talked to her directly was during my meet and greets at TwitchCon 2023. I just finished my meet and greet, and as I was wrapping up, she walked directly to the screen to meet me and had someone else take a picture of us together. I was not informed of this picture or asked permission for it, and only knew about it once I saw it on Twitter later on. And you can see Cinder cosplaying her own character talking to Silvervale on the meet and greet, the virtual meet and greet, and she captioned it, "Stop by to say hi after my meets, Wolf Girls," like trying to imply like
now that I'm revisiting this and looking at it again, the document that is actually the weirdest one is the Silvervale one. Not because there's problems with it or anything, But because it is Cinder's behavior is just so weird and parasocial and I don't know, it's just like, ugh. What are you doing? Like, you're trying to force something that is not wanted by one party.
They're united and they're in this together, even though this was the first conversation they ever had. It's like a very lame attempt to present this fake friendship or a fake mutual respect here, and to somehow maybe try to gain some of her community as a result. Very strange stuff. And you can see later on there'd be more discussions. I believe this is Silvervale's manager saying, also, Cinder really loved meeting you and wanted to collab, so I told her I'd let you know and I could throw you guys in a group chat if you're interested. And Silvervale would say, hello, I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't prefer collabs. And the manager says, no worries. I hope you're having a good weekend. And Silvervale says, aw, thanks. Still busy with a lot of IRL stuff. Sorry for not being interested in collabs. I just like to do my own thing. But I'm
That's what I feel like if somebody asks me for a collab. And I've gotten those. Like, I prefer to not do collabs. I don't know, the idea makes me uncomfortable. I just also feel like the stuff that I talk about may eventually make VTubers upset. And I don't want others to get dragged into this. So there's that.
I'm always open to messages, yada, yada, yada. So then after that, Cinder would then reach out directly to Silvervale and have this private DM saying, hi, Silver. Sorry for getting back to you late. I've been super sick from TwitchCon, yada, yada, yada. But yeah, no worries if you don't prefer to stream together. My manager suggested something more like sponsorships, merch, music, or some kind of other project together that maybe Mythic could help with if needed. I'd love to chat more either way. And Silvervale responds by saying, no worries, it's been super hectic and busy for everyone. I hope you're feeling better. I'm really flattered by the persistence, but I'm just not interested in transactional relationships with anyone. I hope you can understand.
Base, look how well she handles this. Look how well she handles this. On a second review on this, she immediately saw through this, which is kind of crazy. But technically not. So classy.
So they saw all the context of these interactions between the managers and then through Cinder herself and said, you're proposing a transactional relationship. Like, every aspect of this, even the interacting here, is just part of a transactional relationship, and I don't want that. Basically, go away. Based? Pretty impressive. I mean, she came up with the phrase Twitter freaks like 2 years ago, but this is up there with that. Pretty.
Silvervale came up with this? Cool.
Pretty base stuff right here. But then we get more comments from Redacted pretty much on the same subject, talking about how, like, at the end of the day, it isn't about how much we can make compared to her. We just want her to recognize, hey, Cinder's a big VTuber too. She got there on her own merits, just like you did.
That is not... Also, I would say that's not true. That Cinder got here alone. She got here due to Bao, Nanoless, and Shy Lily. Especially Shy Lily sharing her resources with Cinder. So that's kind of not true. Bye everyone, see you tomorrow. Bye Zoom, take care.
Did get along, and the marketing potential and the money they could make if they teamed up. I love how that's the only part that's in all caps. That is clearly the most important part of this proposed relationship between Cinder and Silvervale. It was all about making money, and when they got told no, they're now coping and seething in these messages, and they even went as far as implying that some of Silvervale's various projects, like a spinning figure, was just copycatting Cinder. that they were trying to piggyback on her ideas and basically try to replicate it, and that this was feeding into this narrative that people were allegedly making, that there's some sort of a copycat situation here, that people are associating the two together and it's driving them crazy. And they want Silvervale to recognize Cinder, and that they feel there's an unspoken competition. Remember,
which is like, that's all in your head. Like, that's all in you two guys' head. That isn't really a thing. That doesn't exist. That competition. It does not make sense. What do you mean unspoken? It does not make sense.
at this point, Silvervale pretty much doesn't even know who Cinder is, and when there was a proposed set of interactions, they pretty much said, go away. I don't want this transactional relationship. I don't know why Silvervale just like completely mind broke these two people, but yeah, the proof is there. And of course, as a result of all of this, it gets pretty unfortunate, because then, through this whole exclusivity issue, Silvervale lost out on a model commission from Nanolis. And that is the whole issue here, because this was something she was looking forward to, and it was taken away from her because Cinder and Redacted didn't want her to have the benefit of working with Nanolis, because they knew it was a good career opportunity for her, or at least something special to her community. This whole thing is a complete and utter mess. But anyways, yeah, that's pretty much it. There's still some other important stuff, but I want to keep this somewhat brief, and if we have to do a follow-up, we certainly
somewhat brief. We are 32 minutes in.
Will. But the reaction to this has been brutal, to say the least. I think the overwhelming majority of people are not happy with Cinder in this situation. And now some of these old thumbnails from their clip channels are not doing great. Cinder ruins her friendships. My friends should have never trusted me.
These things did not age well. Google Docky is also a new one thanks to this. There's some clips of Neurosama and Cinder resurfacing. This is really cool, in a way.
Here's another one. My model artist exposes all my secrets. And then we also see that fans are saying, are you kidding me? I just bought my Cinder body pillow. And then you see on her Discord server, everything is shut down. They've locked everything, and they're trying to spin some damage control here. It's not great. This whole thing is reflected really badly on her. Like I said, you know, it's one thing, you find out someone behind the scenes is not a very nice person, but it takes on a whole nother level when you're privately sabotaging the careers of not just your peers, but also people you claim to be friends with, or people who thought they were friends with you, but in the end, they were just a threat to Cinder's bottom line. But that's going to do it for this video.
That's pretty much the end. It is weird. So there should have never been, like, he didn't talk about the apology, but that like, she should have just said it was just business. Literally doubled down. That would have hurt, but not as much as dropping something that's completely half-assed, given a genuine apology. And I still think there is something sus about the situation. I can't put my finger on it, but I still feel like there's a problem with this. And more people are starting to point it out. Maybe there is something. I think, given a little bit of time, and a proper apology, I think she can come back. It's not like she shot somebody or groomed somebody or whatever every weird thing. It was just fucking over people. Nobody's gonna trust you ever again. Also, I feel like I feel like this should have been solved in private. I feel like this should have been solved in private, but that's just me. At the end of the day, the situation can be summarized as this. White women. Oh, that was a long one. That was a long one, but we got through it. We got through it. Let me drink some water. What do I want to watch? Let's do this one. Where are we? Nah. Let's hope I don't die if I do this one. The manga that teaches manipulation by Baba Luke. Or Luke, or whatever. That's interesting. That was recommended. Maybe I need this. Maybe I do in fact need this. Maybe Cinder needs it. After this situation. A proper teaching of a manga that teaches manipulation. Let's just go.
Take a good look at this scene. What do you think is happening here? You probably think this person is being held against his will, right? Now let's take a few steps back.
This looks more like a prison cell than being held against your will. That's just me though. That looks more like a prison cell.
And look at it from farther away. What you just saw was an example.
Or somebody to get into a building. Okay. Fooled me already.
Example of narrative manipulation. Narrative manipulation is a tool used to trick the reader of the story. The characters are all aware of what is happening, but we are not. This tool can be used in many different ways. Let's look at another example. What story do you think is being told here?
This could be either a race or being on the beach. Maybe.
My first guess was this. Several people are running. One of them outruns the others. She takes first place. But this is the actual story. Several people are running. One of them can't keep up. She finishes last. It's all about perspective. This looks like a normal girl, but only if you look at it from the right angle. The same goes for this high school student and this rocket. It's really easy to do. For example, this is not a house. It's a studio, full of Godox lights and Minolta cameras. See? You got tricked again. It's not a studio either. I'm actually in my room, editing this video on an Android phone that crashes every few minutes.
Damn, he does this on an Android? That's kind of crazy. But then again, Androids have been growing up. She's actually lost. Yep. Androids have been... I mean, phones are pretty powerful enough to actually do this nowadays.
Narrative manipulation is also used in movies. Shutter Island is one example. Once you know the trick, the second viewing is a completely different experience. Fraction by Kokushin Taro, the manga we will discuss in this video, is filled to the brim with narrative manipulation. It is like an encyclopedia of different manipulation devices. What distinguishes it from other stories that use this tool is its use of tricks possible only in the medium of manga and comics. This girl appears to have a full head of hair, but a slightly higher camera angle reveals she is bald.
Female Asmongold encountered.
They look fine from this perspective, but a wider shot reveals otherwise.
Oh. It's just some organs. And this one got gojoed.
Keep this card. I will explain it soon. On static pictures of a manga, you cannot recognize the dead from the living. Framing is not specific to manga, but because of how manga is made from different panels in different shapes and sizes, it allows the mangaka to do much more with it. This looks like a normal manga page, but the panels are there to specifically show us what the writer wants us to see. This kind of narrative manipulation is used a lot in photography. In these photos, it looks like these people are doing something extremely dangerous, until you see where the pictures were taken. But there's another thing, specific to comics and manga. The speech bubbles. Who do you think is saying, I'd like to have kids here? It looks like...
I mean, it looks like the girl is saying this. However, this could also just be a page on the book that she's reading.
She's saying it, but actually, it's the old woman sitting behind them. Or here. Who do
The bait is crazy. The bait is crazy. Your feet stinks. The feeders would be into this. Who's saying that? It can't be the guy. There's somebody behind this. Is there somebody behind this?
do you think is saying that? No one, because it's not a dialogue. It's written on the ground above their heads. Other people have done it too, but Kakushintaro did it first, back in
What's the point, though, of constantly baiting somebody?
2009. There is no sound in manga, which some mangaka take great advantage of. Junji Ito did it once, which I mentioned in my video about his work.
Now, don't lose your head. Though in this case it is lost.
Before going through what happens in Fraction, just in case you don't know what kind of crazy person Kakushintaro is, let me show you something. Blow Up, one of his shorts,
Wood?
just like this. On the first page, there is only one large frame of a man and a woman. On the second page, we see that the man has been struggling lately. On the third page, we see that he has been thinking about what we are all made of. We are made of molecules, which are made of atoms, which are themselves made of smaller things.
So a naked dude thinking about molecules. Plot plot. Calm down. Now calm down. Calm down. You are a little too horny today.
And so on. On page 4, he talks about how more scientific developments will lead to the discovery of even the smaller particles. But that's not why I mentioned it. If you haven't noticed, the number of panels per page doubles with each page, and it just keeps going and going and going. 128 panels, 256 panels, 512 panels, and it doesn't stop. At this point, the panels are so small that next to each other, they form the first panel again. This is not a normal manga. Kakushintaro is not a normal mangaka. Another one of his shorts is called Half in Front of the Station. Two people have kidnapped a girl.
What's the point, though? The point was not explained. What's the point, though?
The father only has half the money, so the kidnappers decide to cut her in half and send back only half of her. But all this happens only in the first 3 panels. The rest of the manga is these two people discussing what half means. Is this half a human? Or is this the right way to cut?
Yeah! Average discussion with the homies. What is half a human? Sure.
Somewhere in half. If this is right, then why do we cut apples this way and not another way? But when you climb a mountain and you say you're halfway, it would be here, right? You don't mean this. And if that's right, do you have a hamburger like this too? These two idiots just keep going and going, and it's amazing to read. They even break the fourth wall by talking about what half a frame is. A nice detail is that nowhere in this manga is any of their heads fully visible. Half of it is always somehow covered. The works of Kakushintaro can be summarized in this one cover art.
So it is so odd. I thought it would be step 1, find victim, step 2, mix in lies with truth, 3, Stockholm Syndrome, 4, feed them your ideologies, 5 years later, perfect molded, manipulated pawn. You thought this was my basement project, huh? Sorry to tell you that. This video is weird.
Everything's peaceful. But I have to add, a lot of his works are extremely disturbing, and definitely not to everyone's taste. Keep in mind that the point of Fraction is not to tell a good or even realistic story. The point is to manipulate the reader as much as possible, using different narrative manipulation devices. There will be times you think you know what is happening, but trust me, you don't. it's never as obvious as it seems. Just know that after we go through the story, people who wear these types of pants will make more sense to you.
Like this? Okay. But this guy certainly has heavy balls. You cannot tell me. Something's filling this out.
It starts pretty normally if you can call what we are about to see normal, but it becomes the most unhinged story ever by the end. In Fraction, two stories are told simultaneously. The first follows Kotaro, a waiter, while the second features Kagoshintaro as its main character. These two stories are connected and happen in the same world. In some parts of the story, I want you to remember small details that we will revisit later. When we reach those details, I will give you a special card like the two I already gave you. Black cards indicate the need to remember the visuals, white cards what happened or what was said, and black and white cards when both are important. The story
starts like this.
Yoriko? Yoriko, I know you're in there. Very well, I'm coming in. Yoriko?
I find it more so I don't even care about the manga. I find it more so impressive that this dude did all of this on a phone. That is more so impressive to me.
Yoriko? Kotaro is once again seeing his brother in his dream. He wakes up covered in sweat. He gets ready and goes to work. Other co-workers are talking about the murders that have been happening lately in the area. Ryoko is the most knowledgeable about the case. So far, there have been 4 murders. The first in Sanganjaya, the second in Daita, the third in Higashikitazawa, and the last in Shimouma. The method of killing is cutting people in half. Not like that, like this. After work, Kotaro's co-workers ask me if
Don't do it vertically. That's the wrong way.
he wants to eat with them, but he says he wants to go see a movie. In the theater, another girl catches his eye. After the movie finishes, he follows her to a cafe and starts a conversation about horror films. Since they share similar interests, they get along quickly. They go back to her place.
Already very creepy to follow a chick into a bar after a movie. But then again, this is Japan.
And she goes to take a shower. Kotaro's hand starts shaking uncontrollably. As she is in the shower, he opens the door. Wait, didn't you want me to take a shower?
Nope. It's good. It'll do. Like this, I'll be able to clean myself. If there's too much blood.
After that, there's a brutal and difficult to watch scene, which we will skip. That was his 5th victim. Outside her house, he says things about accomplishing his mission, and that this must be done. He says what he is doing is justice. He starts talking to his brother, and he can hear his brother's voice agreeing with him. 2 days later, back at work, Ryuko
Bro, schizo. There was no brother. Okay.
and others are talking about the news of the 5th murder. Kotaro has been killing once a month so far. More than a week later, when Kotaro watches the news to see his murder being discussed, he sees something unexpected. Another murder, in the same manner, in the same area. There's a copycat. I am Kakushintaro. I'm a mangaka known for my mangas, but now I regret the route I took. If only I had written more accessible stories, I would be in a better position in life. So I want to do something different. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., I have a meeting with a new editor at my place. Hopefully, she will help me. Hi, thank you for agreeing.
Interesting. The mangaka self-inserted himself? And he kind of does like the manga he's making? That's interesting.
To see me. She is Takako Yuki. Right after introducing herself, she asks Shintaro if he has been following the slicing devil murders that have been happening lately. She wants him to draw a manga about it. Shintaro tells her that he wants to switch genres and doesn't want to write these kinds of stories anymore. But she says a Kago Shintaro who doesn't write at all is of no interest at all. Shintaro is thinking deeply about some. Shintaro is thinking deeply about something.
What was that for? Huh? There was no reason to add this in, my guy. I was like, what the fuck's going on? There was no reason to add that in. I will come after you.
She asks about the type of a story he wants to write, which is mysterious stories. By the next day, 3 more bodies are found with their torsos severed. These are not Kotaro's work. One is found in Hanegi, one in Ohara, and one in Tokorozawa. At work, everyone is talking about the 3 new murders. Oddly, Ryuko is very enthusiastic about these events. Kotaro can't take it any longer. At this point,
Average true crime fan? The behavior, I guess.
he just wants to find the culprit and kill him, but he doesn't know where to begin. He again hears his brother encouraging him to continue. He decides to ask the smartest person he knows for help in finding the copycat. What? You've got to be kidding. I would never have thought that you were invested in cases like these, Kotaro. Kotaro wants to use Ryuko to find the second killer. These are the things we can guess so far. The killer is male, between 20 and 40 years old, and lives in the area. Now, let's look at the victims. Suzuko Kazamura, 24 years old, murdered at 10 p.m. Maki Hayama, 23 years old, murdered at midnight. Mai Ugi, 25 years old, murdered at 11 p.m. Yuriko Misaki, 27 years old, murdered at 11 p.m. Midori Asuka, 25 years old, murdered at 10 p.m.
Okay, there's some commonality. They're all in their 20s. All around 10 p.m.
The first 5 murders were all committed late at night on Friday or Saturday, and now the last 3 victims. Emitama, 25 years old, murdered at 1 p.m. Junko Kazami, 25 years old, murdered at 6 p.m. Takeko Yuki, 25 years old, murdered at 1 p.m. The last 3 murders were committed close together, but at completely different times of day than the previous 5. Therefore, the culprit likely has a flexible schedule. Most importantly, the last 3 victims were triplets. Emitama was single, while her 2 sisters.
They're all 25. 611. Maybe a code? Anything else I can do that looks similar? Not really.
Were married. As Kotaro and Ryuko discuss the case, their boss, Hayami, arrives and tells them to return to work. But he stops Kotaro.
Kotaro, I don't like it. I'm all for sympathy between co-workers, but don't ever let it slip your mind that you two aren't of the same sex. Don't do anything stupid.
A little later, Kotaro sees Hayami talking to Ryuko as well. After work, Ryuko asks Kotaro to come to her place to talk further about the slicing devil case. She suggests that the murderer must be Hayami. The time of the murders fits perfectly with Hayami's schedule. She says she has seen blood on his clothes, but Kotaro isn't convinced. He believes she is saying that because she holds a grudge against him. Apparently, Hayami has been stalking her for over a month and sending her strange texts. This is
Interesting. Or maybe it is the other guy. He just doesn't remember anymore. It is the guy, the same guy. Sorry to be pedantic, Poke, but they were all murdered by an hour mark. That is also very true. He does not do it in between.
Text she just received. Don't forget who you are or where you're from. It's thanks to me you're getting by today. You have to listen to me and do as I say. After that discussion, Ryuko goes to take a shower. But something is weird. Normally, in a situation like this, Kotaro's hand would start shaking, and he would feel the need to accomplish his mission. But this time, he isn't feeling anything. As Ryuko is in the shower, Kotaro dozes off and again has a dream, in which he is calling for his brother. When he wakes up, he realizes Ryuko is still showering, so he goes to check if everything is okay. He opens the door.
She's already dead. Wait, is he sleepwalking? Potentially? She's already dead. That's interesting.
Shintaro is trying to convince Takeko that his mysterious story is worth investing in because he wants to use narrative manipulation. This can be done in a manga, which also has pictures. Here you would think this is a samurai fight, but it's actually a film shoot. Or here's a kind young man who transforms into a bloodthirsty monster at night. Split personality? No, actually they're twins. Narrative manipulation can
So there were two people. The twins?
also be used to make a place appear different than it actually is. Now that Diego is dead, all he can do is to believe what she told him. Hayami must be the killer. So he goes back to work and asks to meet him after work.
So they're not twins. But still, this is odd. But how does that... That would that would technically mean that the other guy went into this guy's apartment, which kind of makes no sense.
It's 9 p.m. now. No matter what Kotaro does, Hayami doesn't admit to killing Ryoko. Hayami throws him away and tries to run, but falls down the stairs. Meanwhile, Kotaro passes out again. He has the same dream of his brother. When he wakes up, he finds Hayami at the bottom of the stairs, cut in half. Just like what happened to Ryoko. But if Hayami isn't the copycat, who is? Now he's even suspicious of his dead brother. Maybe my memory is playing tricks on me. Am I unknowingly killing them when I pass out? Why did I even start cutting these guys in half anyway? Did I really do it? Brother. His brother killed himself because a girl dumped him. After that...
Oh, so that's why he cuts people in half. Well, that explains it.
He has started cutting girls in half in revenge. At last, I finally done it, brother.
No, this isn't her. She looks like it, but this isn't her. This isn't her either. Still not her.
Having missed his brother, he opens his old school yearbook to see him again. But something else catches his eye. Not only did Hayami go to the same school, but Ryoko did too. The next day on his way to work, he thinks he sees Ryoko for a second, so he runs after her, but loses her and decides to go to her place instead. He sees that the area has not been locked down. He goes back to work and realizes that somehow Hayami was there before him. He asks his coworker about him, and she says that he was there in the morning and left before he arrived. Having completely lost his mind, he returns to Ryoko's place and calls the police to report her death, remaining there to observe. The police arrive, ring the doorbell, and Ryoko answers. As he approaches her, someone stops him. He looks behind and sees Hayami holding his arm.
So he did not kill those two? Huh? Okay, I'm completely lost.
You don't ever come near her again.
No, Kotaro has never hallucinated. No, it wasn't an optical illusion. No, he is not crazy. Honestly, it's just stupider than that. Shintaro agrees to write the story about the Sykes-Dale case, but only if Takeko agrees that he can use narrative manipulation. Regarding the killer's profile, what do you think about this? There are actually two killers. They do not operate together though. The first 5 murders are the work of the first killer. However, the last 3 were carried out by another individual. But on what basis are you affirming such a thing? There's no need to prove anything. It's the truth. Because the one who committed the last 3 murders is none other
than me.
What? And the victim is you. Huh? What are you talking about?
Huh? That's crazy.
Ten pages ago, Shintaro actually...
That is crazy. That is crazy. My brain is fried. This guy's good. This guy's really good. My brain is completely fried. That is crazy.
Pretty sure Takeko's fingers being stitched to her face. All this time, he has been talking for her while going back and forth between different models. On August 2nd, 3 p.m., when Takeko said Kago Shintaro without Ero would be of no interest, Shintaro was actually thinking about killing her at that very moment. Here, those lines are for the motion of him attacking Takeko. He started using her body, but the lack of movement bothered him. Luckily, they were triplets, so he killed her sisters over the next few days to obtain more poses. If you look back at her in the video, you will realize that right after the murder, her movement was reduced to only 3 positions. On the static pictures of a manga, you cannot recognize the dead from the living, but this is only one side of the story. Kotaro wakes up back at home.
Okay, that means that... That's crazy. This is crazy. This is frying my brain.
It doesn't matter how he got there. What matters is how Hayami and Ryuko are still alive. Once again, he starts talking to his brother, but this time, he not only hears his voice, but can also see him. As he is talking to his brother about Ryuko and Hayami, they enter the room. We didn't know you were Akihiko's little brother. We thought you were normal like all the others. And to think that you were the slicing devil. You could at least have told us. They know he's the killer, because Kotaro's brother told them. His brother, who has been with him all this time. He wasn't imagining his brother talking to him. His brother was actually talking to him. By persuading himself that his brother was dead, he started denying his brother's existence and began seeing himself as a normal person. Here, the reason...
What the fuck? Huh? Did Alex recommend this? Yeah? That it did not turn out something that it was supposed to be?
The reason he only realizes after killing the girls that it wasn't his brother's ex was because it wasn't him saying those lines. It was his brother. We see that Ryuko and Hayami are also disabled twins like him. They use special belts to connect. This is why Ryuko admired the slicing devil. She wanted to see others being cut in half. Ryuko was so invested in the case because she wanted to find the culprit before the police and help him. Kotaro didn't feel the need to accomplish his mission while Ryuko showered because he sensed Ryuko was like him. What happened to Ryuko in her house was that she slipped and fell, and if we look back at when that happened, we see that there was no blood. The same goes for Hayami. He fell down the stairs and detached from his brother. The reason Hayami...
What the fuck? What the actual fuck, dude? What am I looking at?
He didn't want Kotaro near Ryuko was that he didn't want a normal person near either of them. If they were revealed, they would be in so much trouble. That's also the reason why Ryuko got mad at Hayami. She developed a liking toward Kotaro and didn't care if he was one of them or not. If we look back at the message Hayami sent to Ryuko, what he meant by "don't forget who you are" was that she is not physically like him. When I said the actual answer is stupid, I was referring to this, but as stupid as it is, it makes everything sensible. To say the story is bad because it is unrealistic would be wrong, because realism was never the goal. The goal was to deceive the readers and make them assume incorrect things as much as possible, and he did it perfectly. More than a story Kago Shintaro wrote for his readers, Fraction was a story he wrote for himself. He wanted to play a game, and we were his toys. This manga was his way of playing with us. At one point, he used Kotaro as an example, making us think he had a twin brother who was the murderer, but that was a false lead. Then in other parts of the story, he gave us real clues about what was happening. He intentionally made the Hayami and Ryuko murders occur while Kotaro was sleeping, to make it seem as if he were killing them in his sleep, when that wasn't the case. Kago Shintaro succeeded in achieving his...
This redefines getting head. That is crazy. That is wild. That is crazy. That fried my brain. That's wild.
His goal with this manga. He used every narrative manipulation device and played with us as much as he wished. I stopped myself from talking about more of Kago Shintaro's works because I want to one day make another video talking about his works more generally, like I did with Junji Ito. But before I go, I want to add one small thing here that I wanted to save for the more general video. Kago Shintaro also has a YouTube channel for the animations and short films he makes. which I will link in my description. Definitely support his art if you can. Now that we've reached the end of the video, make sure to leave a comment.
This fried my brain. That was a weird recommendation. Maybe you should watch these? At least a little bit about what it is? It was a pleasant surprise, though. That was interesting to look at. That was a pleasant surprise. Weird as fuck, I'll be real. Weird as fuck. But a pleasant surprise, I must admit. Still weird as hell. Weird as hell. But still pleasant. A pleasant surprise. Chat, I need a quick break. I will be right back. I have returned. Bathroom break finished. Now then. Yeah, that was a weird one. That was special. That was, in fact, a weird one. For real, for real. Anyways, I'm gonna react to this one. Now, usually... I don't... See? Yeah, they're torrent yet. See, usually I do not react to gaming related stuff. At least not that much. I mean, some stuff is gaming related, but not purely gaming related. But this one caught my interest. So we're gonna watch it. I also saw Leafly react to it. I didn't see her reaction though. But, I just found this interesting. I haven't seen anything like this before by Legendary Drops. Though this channel does seem familiar. I may have seen one or two videos from this guy. Let's just see, I guess. Audio's fine. Yep. Perfect. Let's go.
I don't think we've seen anything like this before. We have a studio that is essentially headed into oncoming traffic. They've turned around and they're headed back in the direction of the players. They've been criticized by the media. They've been dismissed by their peers.
Interesting. I haven't heard of this. Interesting, though. Usually, Is he saying that they shifted from like this greed plus DEI thing more in back into like for the players?
All because they took a stance saying that they don't believe that social or political messaging should influence game design.
It is. Maybe not the greed part, but that is the case. That's interesting. Who is this company? Whose game do I need to buy?
Imagine that being controversial. Imagine siding with the players being controversial. Take it a step further. I was approached by this studio to make a video under the condition that
But isn't this normally the fault? People being like, those our game failed, and that's because of these bigoted players. It's like, no, your game's just ass. Your game reeks of political messaging. I just want to have fun. Thank you.
there are no restrictions. Make the videos that you like to make. It's for the best. So this video is sponsored by Lords of the Fallen with no red tape, no censorship.
Lords of the Fallen. Wasn't that a game that was kind of like a Souls-like, then had like a lot of problems? I've never played it. Did they fix this? Is this a No Man's Sky situation?
The only thing that they asked is that I talk about their 2.0 update and how much the game has improved. Joke's on them. I would have talked about it anyway. It's really impressive what they've done. But this is how you reach players. Transparency. They understand that. This game has gone through hell and back. It had a failed start, gone through multiple studios, gone through a reboot that didn't really...
So is the Souls like that kind of failed? Okay, that's interesting. Never expected that something like that to happen.
Land all that well right when it first came out, but now it's transformed into one hell of a comeback story. They are allowing you to be able to invite your friend to play the game for free.
What? Dude! That's crazy! That's like, what was it? I forgot the game name. Maybe he brings it up.
Seamless co-op progression, friend plays for free. Just
which game was that? It Takes Two? I think It Takes Two does that as well.
It's like It Takes Two or Split Fiction. I feel like I'm living in an alternate universe right now. So today what I want to do is I want to talk about Lords of the Fallen. I want to talk about how they've taken a stance against the direction that this industry has been headed in. I want to talk about all the improvements they've made with their game, with their 2.0 update. And I also want to talk about the interview that I had with their CEO about how they're putting players first. The world is healing.
We got a base CEO? The world might in fact be healing. We got a base CEO.
Lords of the Fallen is a bit of an odd beast. The original game came out in 2014 under a studio named Deck 13. It had promise, great art direction, a strong premise, but it had a lot of issues. It didn't really understand what it was like to be a Souls-like game, and as such, it never really found an audience. Then came the sequel. The IP was then passed around a few different times through a few different studios. The project was shut down a handful of times before CI Games just said screw it and founded an entirely new studio called Hexworks to try again from the ground up. And what they made in 2023 was a...
You don't really see that. That is very interesting. Like I said, the only case where I know where a game was ass on release, and with that game I mean No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky dropped in such a shitty state. Like it was... They were mopping the floor with this game. But then they just pulled up their balls, clenched their asshole and said, yup, we're gonna fix this mess. And they did. No Man's Sky has become such a good game. And you know what the best part is? All of these fixes were free updates. And that game is thriving.
A massive improvement that now rebooted Lords of the Fallen under the same name. It looked beautiful. The art direction was incredible. Seriously, I love the way that this world looks. The Umbral Realm concept.
And here they're doing it the exact same. Normally when that happens, you release a game. So how this currently happens is, which is one of the major problems which why games fail, thanks to like the internet. someone releases a game in an unfinished state, because, you know, you can patch things later. Game releases. Reception is not good. Nobody buys the game because the game is dog shit. It runs badly, whatever it may be. And then they, okay, done. Move on to the next game. Doesn't matter. And here it's like, and like people are like, yeah, I wish we could go back to the old days where you got like a finished game and it was done. You could nothing do anymore. That's what you had to do. And I'm like, I think we should go back to the days where games were finished on release. You removed as many bugs as you could. And then when you release it and some major bugs pop up, you fix those. But usually it's like they release a game is partially unfinished, they drop it, done, next game. In these two cases, they apparently fixed the games.
What's genuinely unique, shifting between realms depending on the situation, serving as both a combat mechanic and an exploration tool, the game finally had something resembling its own voice. But that voice was buried under some serious performance issues, bugs, balance problems, issues with combat and exploration. It reviewed decently with a 73 on OpenCritic, but it didn't really land. It was one of those hot and cold games where some people really liked it for what it was and other people didn't want to have anything to do with it. The kind of game that you'll hear about for a week before it vanishes from conversation, especially given the fact that it launched near some pretty steep competition in Lies of P just the month before it. In most cases, hell, 9...
I heard a lot of people didn't like Lies of P as much. As far as I'm aware, a lot of people didn't like it as much.
Times out of 10, any studio would have taken the loss. They would have fixed a few bugs and then begun work on their next title. But Hexworks and CI Games did the opposite. They dug in. Over the past 2 years, they have shipped more than 50 updates, all of them completely free. They've reworked performance, revamped the controls, they fixed bugs, improved stability, added build variety, and listened to very specific criticisms from the community. Things like stamina balancing, boss scaling, mob density, co-op stability. It's rare to see a developer actually chip away at a game like this. Not for press, not for hype, not for anything other than just wanting to make the game better.
This sounds like a passion project for real. This does sound like you want the game to succeed. So you do whatever you can to make it succeed.
Better for the people that bought it and for fans in the future. They actively were listening to feedback the entire time, making improvements and getting no recognition for it. Well, I shouldn't say no recognition because the game has consistently climbed from mixed reviews up to mostly positive, but after this next update, I wouldn't be surprised if this game's going to climb even higher. Lords of the Fallen has released their 2.0 update, and with it, everything has come together. This isn't just another patch, it's a full overhaul. Combat responsiveness has been tightened, feeling much smoother than before. They've added unique sound and better sound to every single weapon attack, block.
I wonder if I would like the combat here more. For all the games, Souls-like games that I've played, and I've never properly fully played Elden Ring. I did play it when I was with somebody else, and like I did play a bit. It did feel a bit clunky to me. Not to shit on Elden Ring. Amazing game. Before you come after me, amazing game. But I feel like if I play a game like that, I kind of don't want to fight the boss and the controls. I wonder if this game is different.
Blocks and even parries, giving combat that heft that it was missing. Movement is faster, dodging is cleaner. They added a dedicated jump button for smoother platforming. The lock-on feature is more intuitive now. You're not getting stuck on environmental objects anymore. Heck, they've even gone as far as adding a new guidance mechanic for the...
Wait, they released this game with no jump button? What? I do not understand a game where you can get stuck on objects and you cannot jump. I do not understand that. If there's a game where that happens, I feel like no game nowadays should be without a jump button if it's not specifically designed to not need a jump button.
the umbral lamp that allows you to navigate yourself when lost. I mean, they have quite literally attacked every single major criticism of this game here. Visually, the game is even sharper. They've revamped their UI, they've improved their character creator, allowing for more masculine and feminine character designs.
Ooh. Ooh, well, this isn't... that's probably... You can probably make even more masculine or feminine characters. However, that is probably pretty good. Ooh.
As requested by their audience. And honestly, I still think this is probably one of the best uses of Unreal Engine 5 to date. From the texture detail to the lighting to the fact that the entire game, though linear, renders the entire world all at the same time, it's gorgeous. But here's where things get really interesting. They have added a genre-first system, which they're calling the Free Friends Pass. You can now invite a friend who doesn't own the game to come and play the entire thing with you co-op. No trial, no demo, the full game. You can play together. You all get to keep your loot and character progression.
Ooh, that is actually crazy. You play together. You can play together for free, and you can literally with a friend, and they keep the stuff. That's crazy. Hey, Boca, I'm sorry, changing my 1-year sovereignty goal, but one of game characters made me want to change my goal to you playing Dante's Inferno. Sure, I guess. Okay. I'm gonna play Metroid anyways, though. What game is this? Lords of the Fallen.
And eventually, if they want to pick up the game for themselves, well, they can pick up right where they left off.
What the fuck? This sounds goated as hell. You can play with somebody for free, and if you want to get the game yourself, you can literally pick up where you started. You can literally have the game. Somebody else can have the game. I can join from start to finish, and I don't have to get the game myself. If I want to get the game myself, I can literally get the game and continue where I ended off, where I stopped. That is crazy.
Now, I'll be honest with you guys, I skipped this game at launch. I had watched a few reviews, I saw the performance issues, I'd heard the complaints about map design, the combat. I watched Asmongold pull out what was left of his hair while he was being overwhelmed by too many enemies, and I just didn't want to deal with it. I was still working in construction at the time, didn't really have a lot of hours to burn, so I figured I would circle back to it if things ever got fixed. And they did. And more. A lot more. I've been playing it, and while Lords of the Fallen still has some rough edges, the narrative is relatively thin and not particularly well delivered. You still come across some random visual bugs here or there, like my cloak breakdancing around my neck. Enemy telegraphs can be a little inconsistent. Boss fights don't always deliver the impact that you feel like they should. Some of them definitely do. But there is something incredibly charming about playing this game. It's like they accidentally created their own sub-flavor of the Souls genre. Something faster, more consumable, less punishing, but still engaging, leaning much harder into the fun of these games rather than the difficulty, though the game isn't without challenge. Lords of the Fallen doesn't really ask for your full emotional or...
So it's like, a faster, because it does look similar, a little similar to it's practically a faster, less clunky Elden Ring, in a way. Not sure if there's any difference with the new version. Apparently there is. They fixed the entire game. Apparently, the entire game. Like 50 updates for free. This seems interesting.
Or mental investment to play a game like this, or at least like a lot of other Souls-like games do. You're not constantly on edge or feeling drained after every fight. There is a much lower mental barrier to entry here, something you can actually relax into while getting your Souls-like fix. There is something incredibly satisfying about shredding through a game like this, and even when I do hit a tough boss or a challenging section of enemies, I never feel stuck. I overcome it after a couple of tries, and I move on. It's kind of nice to play a game like this that doesn't make me want to throw my controller through the wall. They didn't make the perfect game, but they've made something interesting, and more importantly, they never stopped trying to make it better. In a time that so many studios are content shipping broken products and never fixing them, maybe patch it once or twice.
Like I said, I hate that. My personal experience is Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Game Freak. What the fuck? You released half the game on the cartridge. If I don't have internet access, I lose half the game. I don't get the actual soundtrack of the game. I get a shitty MIDI version of it. making it ultimately an inferior product to a game that's over a decade old. If you have, for example, Pokemon Platinum, you don't need Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. It's an inferior product. Things like that. Or what would be Ubisoft is like one of those that does it. Remember the Star Wars game that they released that was so broken that they needed to release an update, which means that people that already finished it had to completely restart the game? Incredibly smart. There's 120. There's discount, like it's now 95. Oh, might be still way overpriced. Yeah. But then again, they fixed the entire game. You gotta give them that. Hi, Raven the Way. Hello. Hi. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
And move on. Lords of the Fallen feels like a genuine passion project, something that they never wanted to give up on, and one that keeps getting better every time that you come back. In most cases, this game would have been long abandoned by now, but Hexworks and CI Games never...
Yeah, as usual, I said in the beginning, nowadays it's release unfinished game. It's not well received because it is unfinished. Drop it, next game. Of course that ruins the industry. Why would it not ruin the industry? If I constantly get half-assed games, it just makes sense.
Or gave up on it. They really wanted to make sure that this game would work. And honestly, they did it. They pulled it off. There's something in that not wanting to give up. There's something in that iterative process where you're trying to continue to improve. And we're talking about a game that failed once already, that had multiple reboot attempts, finally put out another one, and here they are improving that one. And I have a lot of respect in that, because not only does it mean a lot to the players that purchased the game, but it also means a lot to me as a player who hasn't, or, well, I mean, I have now, but it also means a lot to me as a player that's now looking forward to what they work on next, because you're building a reputation. I've been having a blast with it. Sponsored video, YouTuber glazing, I know. No, I've seriously been having...
So we now have two cases of a game being completely redeemed. Meaning, No Man's Sky and Lords of the Fallen. Those two games now. If I want to bring up how to perfectly redeem a game, or somewhat perfectly redeem a game, these two I will bring up.
Having a lot of fun with it. Because I'm happy I didn't play this game when it first came out, because I would have gone in with the wrong expectations. I would have been disappointed by the performance. But now, I'm just having a really good time, relaxing and playing something a bit more casual, something a bit more polished, a hack and slash take on the Souls genre. I'm digging it. Share the game with your friends for free. That I didn't see coming. I thought that was something that was reserved just for Hazelight. And this is the last genre that I would expect to see something like that in. Because it's genius, plain and simple. Not only are you going to get people that are going to want to buy the game so they can play with a friend for free, but you're also going to have that friend that's likely to buy the game if they end up liking it. That's how this whole thing works. Keep in mind, I've brought this up before. I said that while everybody else wants to increase their prices, the ones that are going to succeed are the ones that are going to undercut them. This is undercutting them. Fair pricing, this is how you build loyalty. This is how you get players to trust you. I like it. You know, I've had my eye on CI Games and Hexworks for a minute. Their CEO of CI Games has been very active over the past few years, getting very...
Base CEO? I haven't seen that in a while. Also, hello, Sway. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. NMS is baller. Okay.
Very involved in discussions, saying some things about the industry, to say the least. And I never imagined that they would go to this length to make good on a promise. They came forward saying that they want to be a player-first studio. And from my perspective, at least right now, that looks like exactly what they're doing. And they're going to do it regardless of whether or not it pisses off the industry, which it is. One of the biggest complaints that I've seen for modern gaming, bigger than bugs, performance issues, hell, even bigger than monetization lately, is something that a lot of people don't even feel comfortable saying out loud. The creeping presence of...
I'm saying it out loud. Identity politics. Or to No Man's Sky. Yeah, okay, yeah. Now I know what you're saying. Yeah. Lords of the Fallen did the exact same thing. Game was as on release. Completely fixed now. I'm gonna say it. Okay, to summarize what he's gonna say. Wokeness.
Personal ideology in games, political messaging, performative social narratives, studio agendas that feel more concerned with social media engagement than they do with actually making a game that players want to play. It's not just about...
So true. So true. So true. Like, imagine, there was this one, which is really funny, there was this one Halo developer who says he does not like guns, but because Halo's science fiction, it's fine. And I'm like, why? What are you doing working for a shooter? What are you doing? Why are you working for a company that makes first-person shooters? The fuck do you mean? Why are you there? The funny part is, like, they want to tailor to like a small minority, just a small minority that doesn't even buy the games. You want to cater to the minority that would buy Dustborn. If you know, you know. Horde game financed by the European Union. Thank you, government. My taxes go there.
About what's in these games, it's the overwhelming feeling that you're not even allowed to question any of it. That raising your hand to say, hey, maybe this doesn't belong here, will get you labeled, dismissed, or dogpiled by bad faith actors that think any disagreement is hate speech. And let's be real, very few developers are willing to be even open to this conversation. It's become the ever-present elephant in the room. Most studios, writers, commentators, hell, even players are so afraid of even upsetting the status quo that they...
I'm not afraid of upsetting these morons. I just want to play games. And if you do want to bring in real-life politics, do it in a context where it makes sense. This has nothing to do... This does not belong in a game, in a medieval game. It does not. What are you doing?
They've been defaulted into silent complicity more than anything else. Even when these games are getting worse, even when the sales are going down, even when the fans are slowly walking away, everybody just stays silent. But CI Games did the opposite. Sometime last year, Marek Tominsky, the CEO of CI Games, the guy behind Lords of the Fallen's Resurrection, made a stand. He said that he was going to put players first, not just as a slogan, but as a business strategy, a design philosophy, a studio culture. And he didn't just say it, he followed through. They started watching Twitch streams and YouTube videos, reading Reddit.
Which of the following do you trust most for gaming news and info? Traditional media? Nope. Influencers? Nope. Friends and communities? That's the second highest and none of the above. Yeah, you cannot trust traditional media because what does he mean? Does he mean game journos in this case? Fun fact, the world is healing. Polygon is dead, by the way, if you didn't know. Polygon is dead. That gaming news, whatever, game journalists, they're dead. They're cooked. They fired everyone. Or they were bought and fired. And where everyone was fired. And they all fled to Blue Sky. Please don't hire these people. Thank you.
Threads, polling people on Twitter, and actually listening. But more important than that, responding. Earlier this year, Merrick had posted a poll asking what players wanted when it came to character creation.
Where will you check first for news on upcoming game aside from X? Trusted YouTube channel? Makes sense. Trusted gaming media? Definitely not. Developers' social media? Yeah, makes sense. Online communities, friend also makes sense. Okay. Polygon died. Rip Bozo. Yeah, Rip Bozo. They fired most of the people working there. If you as a company hire these people, you're kind of cooked. Just saying.
The industry standard at this point has been body type A and body type.
Should lead video game characters by widely considered attractive aspirational by the vast majority of players? Yes? No? I don't care. Look at that. Yes. 84% say yes. Characters should be attractive. You should be able to make attractive characters that have attractive characters. There was a study recently that was released where female gamers were asked what they prefer on characters. The overwhelming majority said attractive characters. Men, women, does not matter. Attractive characters. So the women, even the vast majority of female gamers say, we want attractive characters. So I don't understand where the idea comes from that you should have, that we need unattractive characters, when even most women say they want attractive characters. And it makes sense. You want to look at characters that are attractive, right? You want to create a character that's attractive, right? Like, I don't get the idea of, like, somebody saying, like, and I do think women fall mostly into this category. It can be men. But, like, assuming you are an ugly girl, why would you want to play an ugly woman? Is it like you want to be seen or something? Or, like, understood? Like, it doesn't make sense in my head. Like, if you're an ugly person, why would you not want to play an attractive character? It does not make sense. Maybe self-insertion? I don't know. Like, if I'm fat, I don't want to create a fat character to character creator. I'm gonna create the most handsome Chad I have ever seen, that ever graced the face of the earth.
Type B, a vague, impersonal system that nobody really asked for, and it just kind of appeared one day forced upon us. So he asked the players directly, in a medieval fantasy action RPG experience, would you prefer between these two?
Body type A, body type B, 8.4%. Male or female, 88.4%. None of the above, 3.3%. Ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. 50,000 votes. Mostly male or female. And I do not understand the idea of body type A and body type B. Nobody, I know nobody, genuinely, I know nobody that cares of the implementation of this. Not a single person. At least not IRL. Even online. Not a single one. Nobody cares about this.
Body type A and B.
And when people say, oh, it's not a big deal that they changed male or female to body type A, body type B, and I'm like, oh, so if it's not a big deal, why change it?
Male and female or something else. Nearly 50,000 people voted. 88% of them said male and female. CI Games went and made the change just like that. They reverted it. Now, whether you agree or disagree with that decision, that's not really the point here. The point is, they asked their audience directly, they got an overwhelming response, they acted on it. This is what listening looks like. After making these changes, Merrick would then take things further. He would then take a stance and talk about how studios need to separate their personal politics from commercial products, saying that the key is to separate social and political views of studio employees from creative decisions that drive each project. The editorial had...
And remember, the Veilguard's writing and story and dialogue, not even the gameplay. The gameplay was just mid. That game was so ass that the entire writing team was fired, laid off. And I agree. You don't deliver on the product you were supposed to deliver on, you gotta go.
Has to be independent of such views and serve the best it can the vast majority of players. Of course, the media did not take that well, and headlines popped up everywhere. Lords of the Fallen dev is wrong about politics.
Wrong about politics, and Elden Ring proves it. How does Elden Ring prove that? Also, Gore's retirement. Why must you remind me? How does that even make sense?
and Elden Ring proves it. Lords of the Fallen publisher
Lords of the Fallen publisher embraces fear of the DEI boogeyman. There is no DEI boogeyman. DEI destroys games. Rejected. And anything it comes in contact with, to be fair. Says it will not include any social or political agendas in its games based.
embraces the fear of DEI boogeyman. Lords of the Fallen.
Also, what they say here, Psy Games apparently believes that inclusive games are at a risk of failure, because they are. Do I need to remind you of Concord? Do I need to remind you of Dustborn? Do I need to remind you of Dragon Age the Failguard? Do I need to remind you of, I could probably pull out more shitty games that did not do that well. Do I need to remind you of what they did with Skullgirls? It does fail. Do I need to remind you of anything that has a connection to Sweet Baby Inc? I don't think so.
Lords of the Fallen publisher embraces the fear of DEI boogeyman. Lords of the Fallen publisher uses
Interesting.
DEI as marketing meme. It's the usual song and dance. Any pushback against any social, political, or identity-first design is framed as evil, as ignorance, as bigotry, even when the vast majority of players agree with it. Even when...
Chat, if that's what makes me a bigot, I'm a proud bigot. Truly.
When it's just a studio doing what any other business in the world would do and what they're supposed to be doing, which is serve their customers. I reached out to Merrick directly to ask him about this, about the backlash, and about why he felt it was important to open the door to these kind of conversations when the industry has slammed it shut. He told me, we want to serve our communities the best we can. Last year, we made it a part of our strategy is being player first. That's not just a slogan, it's the full reality that we're committed to. We don't allow any DEI bullshit to impact our products. We were wrong about...
Based. Holy based. Goddamn.
About body types A and B, we fixed that very quickly to male and female when it became clear that that's what the vast majority want. The games industry was hijacked at some point by activists. It ended up with a lot of false assumptions about this so-called modern audience.
There is no modern audience. They want to create a modern audience because there's eventually a point where so many games and game developers are doing this that you cannot avoid it to begin with. And so you become the modern audience, because what else are you going to do? Not play video games?
I follow a very simple old concept. Make products your customers want. What's wrong or controversial with that? Now, regardless of where you fall on these issues, I still think this is the key. The fact that something so basic, make what people want, has become so controversial tells you everything that you need to know about the state of this industry today. The audience feels this overwhelming pressure being forced into almost every media product that they consume. It's not something that they asked for, and when they complain about it or they try to ask a question, they are treated like social dissidents. These people are paying for these things. It's not that these things can't exist in games, it's just that you can't expect people to want it or like it. And if you want your customers to be happy, you have to give them what they want, not what you want.
And the vast majority does not like it. Just the truth. People don't care about that. The vast majority does not like it. It is what it is.
When I asked Merrick about the growing divide between players and developers, or just the industry in general, and why so few studios seem willing to even ask any hard questions, he said something that really stuck with me. I think most of them are asking, but too often they ask selectively, avoiding questions they don't want to ask. That quote cuts to the heart of the issue. Sure, we see plenty of studios pretending to engage, collecting feedback, sending out surveys, running community Q&A, but it's all incredibly curated, selective, sanitized. They'll ask what weapon balance feels like or what feature you want in the next patch, but they won't ask why players are feeling alienated, why character designs are getting roasted, or why games like Concord flop while games like Marvel Rivals take off. In a lot of cases, the industry simply isn't asking questions.
In the case of Marvel Rivals, gooning. Every skin, male or female, is... I don't need to say it.
They don't want the answers to. Continuing my conversation with Merrick, I asked about what else they've been doing to improve their games and leverage player feedback, and he went on to say that CI Games recently started working with the same playtesting agency that helped FromSoft with Elden Ring. And while they're not designing by committee, they are validating their design through player feedback. Now, that might seem obvious, but that's not how a lot of studios work anymore. Finally, I had asked him if this kind of transparency and player-first focus was just a phase or whether it was something they were going to be committed to long-term. He responded saying, "We made a promise to be player-first and we will stay fully committed to that. But the key focus will always remain on making the best games we can." Now look, I'm not going to say that CI Games or Hexwork are perfect. I'm not saying that every studio needs to agree with every player. Hell, I'm not even saying that every studio or publisher should follow exactly what CI Games and Hexworks are doing. But if we want this industry to get better, to make games better, to rebuild trust that's been bleeding for years now, we need more of this. More honesty, more questions, more humility, more studios that are willing to say, we were wrong and change course. More studios willing to listen. CI Games and Hex.
More studios willing to not bow to a minority mob that does not buy your games. It is not that hard to understand that if you cater to an audience that does not exist or an audience that does not play your game is going to fail.
Works aren't just patching a game, they're patching a broken relationship between players, publishers, and studios. And Lords of the Fallen and its 2.0 patch is just the first step down that path. A move towards more transparency and real discussions is the only way that we're going to get better games. It's how this industry heals over time, because it does need to heal. It's been struggling for a while, and I'm sure this is going to lead to some tough conversations, and people's feelings are bound to get hurt. But it's the only way for things to get better. It's the only way for us to get better games and for some of these people to be able to keep their jobs in some cases. I think
it has to happen because in order you create horrible games if you're scared of hurting anybody's feelings. It does not work if you're continuing to avoid topics. Like villains that are just evil, for example, to a certain degree. Oh, there might be a mass deleter in that game, but hey, at least they're not transphobic. Like, what the fuck are these villains? Like, as if a villain, and those villains do exist, as if a villain should care about such a thing. Like, they're evil.
I think far too often people want to shy away from these kind of topics, and because of that, they then just dismiss whatever the other side has to say. When you got two walls that are screaming at each other and neither one of them want to move, well, nothing can happen. Can't have that. It's great to see how much Lords of the Fallen has improved. I love seeing a studio genuinely listening to their audience, implementing that feedback, iterating on that design, and improving their game. That's exactly what they've done. 2 years this game has been out. Like I said before, in most cases, it would have been long abandoned. They never gave up on it. It has been an absolute joy to play. I recommend it to everybody that's been watching this video. And while CI Games and Hexworks aren't going to get it right every single time, no studio ever does, at least these guys are trying. And from my perspective, that's more than we get in a lot of cases. So I appreciate that. I want to give a huge thanks to you guys, the viewer, because if it wasn't for you, something like this wouldn't even be possible. This kind of collaboration wouldn't be possible. I want to give a huge thanks to Lords of the Fallen for sponsoring this video. Make sure that you guys go and check out the 2.0 update. It will be live by the time this video has gone up. I've been playing it. I've been really enjoying it. If you have the game, re-download it. Invite one of your friends to come and play it for free. If you don't have the game, they have wildly deep discounts across the board. PlayStation Store, Xbox, Epic Game Store, Steam, all of them. Up to 70% off on almost every single platform. Go check it out. Go give the game a buy. It's definitely worth your money. And yeah, that's all I have.
That was a good video. That was really good. I agree. Based 100%, they did in fact pull a No Man's Sky and discarded DEI. I guess the discarding DEI does mean you win. It does in fact mean you win. Crazy. Truly. Xenoblade. Yeah, sure, why not? Sure, why not? Ready for that Xenoblade brain rot? So true, so real. Time for it. Give me a second. I need to add that to my list. Let me add that to my list. Okay, almost got this. Done. Added. Perfect. Time for some peak brain rot. Thanks to Sway. I love to see it. I truly do. Bruh. We're gonna react to a YouTube poop about Xenoblade Chronicles. Yay.
I don't think we've seen anything like this
Stop
before.
this. Wait, why? Okay, never mind. Doesn't matter. YouTube poop. Xenoblade Chronicles. How long now? Bye-bye, nonnies. Yay. Let's go. Peak brain rod. Also, why is this so big? Oh, who cares?
Sorry I kept you waiting.
Tempest kick!
What is that?
That sound.
It just continues with the stupid kernel. It just continues with the stupid kernel alert. That is terrible. I'll walk you down the aisle when you get married, Poke. Calm down, bro.
In the sky! It's a...
This can't be.
No way. That's it! Looks like the battle pass!
That shit looks like the battle pass! Also, there was an Amber Heard joke to be made right there.
I hope you're not one of those brutal massacring types who wipe out whole villages and stuff.
By honest... It can't be.
Hear me!
What type of mechon is that? I've never seen one like it.
This is so retarded. This is so retarded, bro. This is so retarded, dude. This is so stupid. This is so dumb. This is so retarded. It's crazy.
What the hell are you? A beep,
again? What?
Double didn't even dent it. Why not? A million.
Stop throwing Pokemon at this dude.
Crashing.
Final Fantasy. That is crazy.
I'm Juju. They're
This is Juju with one leg.
I'm
on duty. They're
It's ho.
Fiora, go. Where's Dunban? Wow, there. That's Dunban over there.
I am Dunban. How far now?
Wow, there. Whoa. What the?
Shulk, more from behind.
That's what she said.
You two can't do this by yourselves. I want to fuck you two.
No, we'll be.
Okay, bro. Dude, this is so fucking stupid, dude.
Right behind the Monado.
But Shulk.
A year ago, Dunban backed the Monado. Hard to protect the colony. Now it's our turn to back the Monado. Please, Fiora.
Shulk. Rhine.
Don't look so worried. You can back a bunch of these ones. Shulk won't get a scratch.
Okay.
Okay, I believe you.
Go. Looks like we'll have to take the long way round.
Or we can stay and wait.
Overwatch. Yeah! Reinhardt!
The Reinhardt time. This is so stupid, bro.
Time.
Cut to commercial.
I'm gonna do what? Cool. A propagate move.
I'm having a lapse of grasp. No, let's pretend it didn't happen. This is how we used to.
When are we done with the Monado fucking jokes? What the heck?
You can't back the Monado. You can't.
But I must. Electric Buster.
That's it. Looks like it's free real. Best paid. Wow, there. This. Mum says it's my turn.
No! It's my turn.
No way. It's my turn.
No!
It's my turn.
My turn.
My turn.
My turn.
My turn. Finest.
Silk! No! It's like fuck you!
I'm ready. I'm coming.
What the fuck? Sway, this is getting out of hand. My brain is literally leaking out of my ears. What the fuck, dude?
How could this be? Silk is fucking the Monado. What? I got your back! Soon enough. Silk, it's my turn!
Lie honest.
But there was something strange. Just now, it was as if I could see into the sea. Is this another power of the Monado?
See into the sea. What do you see?
I see. What? Don't think about it now! For it is vital to a superior right.
Minions, surround them!
The Monado!
Literally minions. This is peak brain rot. I'm gonna watch that I'm gonna watch that what Zeppelin recommended again.
It's not working!
Hey, what do you mean?
It's not working! Be back! I'll take it from here.
Shit!
Everyone's gay right now.
Everyone's gay right now. Chat, it's over. We're gay.
Ah, a stranger.
Fuck. Wow, nice. This. I'm dodge. Ow. I don't feel so good.
In addition to the Pac-Man sounds when they eat people, crazy.
How inconsiderate of them to kill someone here. I can't get by.
One after another. What a pain.
Never again, bro. This is crazy. There is 17 of these? Yeah, I'm losing my mind. There's 17 of these. Peak. Crazy. Wild. Absolutely wild. Crazy. Alright, another one I want to watch. There's straight up 17 of these. I'm gonna make it through 17. No, not 17. More like 9. Okay, would there be shorter ones or something like that? Doesn't matter. Still horrid. Some are just short beams. Okay. Okay. That makes it easier to survive, I guess. That does make it easier. What am I gonna watch? This one? I also saw at least. Yes, I made it. Hi, Alex. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. This one. We're gonna jump into, again, a deeper topic. Once again. I only find this stuff thanks to Leaflet. Time to see if I have a medium length video to share on Discord for you to check out. Okay. Let's see if I can. If well, actually, we're just gonna watch this thing. Good, thank you. Very nice, good to hear. This is again thanks to Leaflet. Sometimes she just watches things and like, that sounds interesting. I'm gonna borrow that. Why the Sexual Revolution was worse than you thought by PaxTube. Interesting. Let's just get into it.
Sexual morality is one of the biggest aspects of any civilization. How the family and the relationship between man and woman are understood has major effects that ripple through all of society. For over 1,000 years, Western nations lived by Christian sexual morality. Christianity, especially Catholicism, teaches that sexuality is meant for marriage, and violating this standard is a sin. Things like pornography, divorce, and homosexuality were treated.
I don't care particularly about that one. Oh, I dig this video. Okay. But this one doesn't matter in what form you consume it. Drawn. Action. Videos. What do you read? Porn fries your brain. Just gotta straight up say it. The divorce is also not good. Divorce is also not a good thing. That has gone up recently. More and more. And I feel like this aspect will get worse over time.
Treated as bad in the West for most of its recorded history. The supposedly liberal attitudes of the Greeks and Romans are wildly exaggerated. They too believed in strict sexual standards, although slightly different from the Christian morality that would come later. It's really only relatively recently that standards of sexual morality began to wildly change in the West. This became known.
I feel like the moment it really got really weird and really accelerated was around 2010. But between 2010 and 2015, of course, the sexual revolution is older than 2010 and 2015, but I think that's where it got really accelerated.
As the sexual revolution. It helped usher in a new regime in the Western world that we still live under today. Unfortunately, this is nowhere more obvious than in the United States. The US is a country that's gone through different eras. When you go back to the beginning of the 20th century, America was a very different country from.
Birth control, and I mean the pills, is such a shit show. Because it completely fucks up how women operate when looking for a partner. That's so funny. Because they made studies and realized that what women find attractive changes if they are on birth control or not. I find that very interesting, to be honest. Also, here's another fun fact. Apparently, over time now, apparently, women's periods will get worse and worse over time and stronger. Because back in the old days, women were constantly pregnant, and nowadays that's not the case. In this case, the pill does help, though, to stop that.
What it is today. In those days, 95% of the country identified as Christian. Abortion, pornography, contraception, and sodomy were all illegal and morally frowned upon. Divorce and illegitimacy were legal, but rare. And the divorce that was legal wasn't the no-fault kind we have today. The progressive movement of the time period was concerned with strengthening the country's moral values. This was known as being anti-vice. Of course, this is all very different from modern America. In the 2020s, a majority of Americans have developed libertarian attitudes on moral and sexual issues. Many of the vices that were once illegal are now allowed. Casual sex, abortion, and divorce are common. Christianity has declined and been replaced by what can only be called a widespread sense of nihilism.
Would I call it nihilism? I wouldn't call it nihilism, more so purposelessness. But that's just me. I don't really care about like people being gay and so on and so forth. I don't fucking care. Go ahead. It's not my thing. I don't care. That's your decision. What I do care about is though that I'm not a particularly big fan of people sleeping around. It's just not a smart idea to do.
Nihilism being the belief that nothing matters and that morality doesn't exist. Clearly, this modern era is an extreme break from the past of Western nations. Yet, in America, even in its current state, people seem to instinctively know that there's something deeply wrong with how things have become. Polls have consistently shown that most Americans are upset with the morality of the country. A majority think morals have gotten much worse, and they rate the morality of America as poor. So when we compare America of the early 1900s,
Go back, I didn't quite catch that.
Are upset with the morality of the country. A majority think morals have gotten much worse, and they rate
a record high 50% of Americans rate U.S. moral values as poor. I mean, that's kind of true, yeah. But I also feel like that's here in Europe, it's becoming more and more prevalent that moral values kind of don't matter and it's super subjective. And I'm like, no, it's not. Morality, in my opinion, is not subjective. For the simple reason, in pretty much almost every country, it is very much frowned upon to kill somebody. That is not a subjective morality. That is an objective morality. You should not take somebody's life. Of course, being in danger and stuff, and self-defense, that's a different situation. I do not believe that morals are subjective. They should not be subjective, so to speak. Those would be mutually inclusive, though you can argue it's less nihilistic as pleasure for pleasure's sake is more utilitarian, okay. A form of hedonism would be closer to what we call postmodernist rather than nihilist, since nihilist, not even pleasure itself would matter. Also, to be fair, in Europe, that's partially our fault, and the US Californian marketing of the postmodern political movement has been substantially successful, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't call it nihilism because that would mean morals also don't have values, and you don't need... the thing is, like, not having a purpose and being a nihilist, those are... I would say they can go hand in hand, but not particularly. Because I had no purpose, but I also have strong moral values.
the morality of America as poor. So when we compare America of the early 1900s and America of the 2020s, the burning question that must be answered is...
I find these pride parades so silly. You know why? You're celebrating something that you yourself deem normal. So why do you celebrate it if it is normal? Or you make it out to be something special that needs to be celebrated. You don't see hetero parades. You don't see that. If you say so, it's normal. Act like it's normal.
What happened? There's no one simple answer, but there are certain threads that can be followed. The sexual revolution is one of the biggest things that must be explained. The movement came to its head in the 1950s and 60s. It sought to change America's relatively modest moral values to an unrestricted free-for-all. An America of strong families was turned into a mess. The world we live in today is in many ways a product of this revolution. In this video, we'll be looking at exactly where the sexual revolution came from.
And I think that the sexual revolution fucked women over also in a very particular way, because fun fact, if you did not know, and modern feminists like to ignore this, feminism was originally anti-corn. If you didn't know, now you do. They were actually heavily anti-corn. It was a key part of being a feminist. So they're like, yes, queen, post your lewds everywhere. It's fine.
From, and how it's had devastating effects for American morality. To truly understand the sexual revolution, we have to understand several key things. First, Christianity, the historic religion of the West, and its relationship to sex. Christian sexual morality has many rules and is not what today would be called liberal. First of all, the Bible contains many passages condemning sexual immorality. For example, sodomy, bestiality, adultery, cross-dressing.
No, we're never. That is never disappearing. That makes sense. Motherfuckers be cheating out here and putting it on Satan, and I'm like, no, bro, that was you. You cheated on your boyfriend or girlfriend. Not Satan made you do it. I don't need to say much about this, right? That does make sense. That I agree on too.
And more are all directly condemned in various biblical passages. Jesus said clearly in the book of Matthew that marriage is between one man and one woman for life. The Christian churches developed doctrines that reflected this modest sexual morality. As such, modesty and chastity are Christian virtues, while lust and hedonism are sins. Satan is not only a manipulator but a tempter, who offers people short-term pleasure at the expense of their eternal soul. Christianity deepened and fully explained the concept of natural law developed by the ancient Greek philosophers. By this account, sexual morality wasn't a matter of arbitrary or changing value, but of objective truth. Modesty and chastity are virtues because they push man towards the full realization of his nature and finality. In other words, there is a natural order for human sexuality ordained by God, and it is objectively correct for humans to obey it. This is the basis of much of Catholic moral philosophy. All of this is why Christians oppose sexual liberation. With all of that understood, we should next look at the history of the United States, and especially the American founding. These things would have major implications in the moral development of America, and eventually, the sexual revolution itself. America began as a British colony. As such, it inherited the Protestant direction that England had been going down since King Henry VIII. England, of course, was a Catholic nation historically, but had broken from the church during the reigns of King Henry VIII and Queen Elizabeth I in the 1500s. Therefore, Protestantism was the dominant religion in the young US. However, Catholics were tolerated in certain parts of the country. The religious views of the American Founding Fathers were complicated. Most came from America's Protestant background and believed that religion was critical to American society. Some, like Jefferson and Madison, were more deistic. They picked and chose what parts of God and the Bible they believed in based on what they deemed. Well,
that kind of does not work. According to the Christian VTubers I interact with, that does not work. You can't just pick and choose. That usually does not work. No, he's half right, given that there was resistance, particularly among young people, but I do remember he elaborates on how the extremes of the movement yanked the Overton window over. Unless you're Protestant, then these sections are entirely irrelevant. if you're Orthodox or Catholic, all these hold. The Protestant churches are overtly pro all those things, except like one in theory. Okay, okay.
Rational. This was contrasted by founders such as Samuel Adams and John Jay, who was president of the American Bible Society. As I said, the religious views of the founders were diverse and complicated. In any case, the American founding was also heavily influenced by the ideas of the so-called Enlightenment and the philosophy of John Locke. Locke emphasized what he called natural rights granted by God that could be determined through reason alone. He also advocated the indifference of the state toward religion. This was very different from traditional governing philosophy, where the state tended to work with the church towards religious objectives. The founders adopted many of Locke's ideas, and what they created became known as American liberalism. Since the founders were of various Christian denominations and some deists, they wrote religious tolerance into the US Constitution. Some of the founders wanted a vague form of Christianity to be made the official religion of the federal government, but this proposal lost out. The founders were not religiously orthodox, but they were also not hardcore secularists who believed that religion should be banned from public life like modern atheists do. John Adams famously said,
Yeah, like praying in front of an abortion clinic. In your own head. Gets you jailed. Apparently, in the UK. Or so I have seen. Maybe that clip was out of context, I cannot tell. But it did seem like that. I'm not sure you will know what I'm referencing when you get those messages late. It's all good. If I read the chat.
Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate for the government of any other. But despite the founders admiring religion, the Constitution and American liberalism put vague ideas of liberty and equality above all else, even God. American founding ideology also never resolved the conflict between objective morality and natural law versus moral relativism and apathy. All of this opened the door for negative long-term consequences for American morality. American federal judge and author Robert Bork wrote, "The signers of the Declaration of Independence took the moral order they had inherited for granted. It did not occur to them that the document's rhetorical flourishes might one day become dangerous if that moral order weakened." All of this background is very important for future events that would take place in the sexual revolution. America's lack of official religious direction, combined with it being founded on vague notions of liberty, would go on to be exploited heavily for so-called sexual liberation, far beyond the intentions of any of the founders. If they saw the things many people do today, they would tar and feather them, to say the least.
That's a bit harsh, maybe. Probably. That's a bit harsh, but probably. To be fair, the British have not been Christians since Henry VIII. Okay, okay. Hi, Jacob. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
For example, colonial America had many different anti-obscenity laws, including laws against buggery, also known as sodomy. At the time of the Revolution and after it, this offense carried severe penalties, and no founding father ever expressed a problem with that. All of this notwithstanding, Christianity remained the dominant religion of the US through the 1700s, 1800s, and early 1900s. Most of this was Protestant denominations, but Catholics did make up an important minority, and their importance would increase as time went on. In fact, by 1900, Catholicism was the largest single church within the United States. By the early 1900s, the United States was a global superpower and one of the wealthiest countries in the world. During this time period, the government still banned things like porn, abortion, sodomy, etc. Devout Christians like Anthony Comstock used their government positions to fight hard against vice and degeneracy. The Comstock laws were a series of laws that banned the transport of obscene material through the mail, and they were strictly enforced. Liberty in America was not seen as liberty to do what...
Now, nowadays, the problem, you cannot ban corn anymore. You cannot ban it. Because it's such a large industry. In addition to that, the women that are already in that industry, and likely also men, it will get rougher for them. So, instead of banning it, we should First of all, make it safer and harder to access. I think is the way to go. Really control that industry. Next month I will get a microphone for streaming only. Ooh, nice, cool.
Whatever you wanted. And in fact, it was the mainstream view that to truly protect liberty in society, hedonism had to be restrained. If you watched my video on the French Revolution, you will have heard the difference between positive liberty and negative liberty. Positive liberty is the view that true freedom comes from being allowed to pursue virtue. This is contrasted by the view of negative freedom, which asserts that freedom comes from lack of personal restraints. But despite America's success, there were cracks in the foundation. Freedom of religion meant that Christianity, despite its power, had no official, legal position as part of the federal government. This left openings for anti-Christian actors to enter and subvert the state. At the same time, affluence and decadence had begun to make Americans complacent and materialistic. Already in the 1920s, President Calvin Coolidge warned the country against what he called pagan materialism. Like most educated Americans of his day, President Coolidge believed that Christianity and morality were absolutely vital to American societal health, and he worried that America.
Yeah, I know where he's coming from. I know where he's coming from here. Greed, mostly what he's referred to is really just greed. It really just is greed. And we have we are, at this point, very aware how important just having things is, and how that has influenced society, social media, dating, all those places, ID verification, 18 plus ID verification. Very true, very true. So usually they would just close or block access to that specific country in this case, because they don't want that, to be fair, to subvert the state. This is less so a liberal problem and more so a problem of a nation that exists. Yeah, true. You will always have that, because the issue of material corruption is so supremely universal. We've known it since the Hammurabi Code. Okay, yeah. The thing is like, I can only be here for one reason. I am aware, but this video is long.
America's rapidly increasing affluence could undermine them. Religion is strongest when life is hard, and is seen by many as an inconvenience when life is easy. People start to believe that material goods are a valid replacement for the divine, and that technology is a valid replacement for God. They're wrong, of course, but this thinking becomes more common with societal affluence. To make matters worse, World War I created a sense of nihilism and sadness that spread across the whole Western world. European civilization and history started to be called into question. To this day, most of the European countries who fought in World War I never regained the power and influence they had prior to the war. Pope Benedict XV referred to World War I.
And there is, especially here in Germany, there is this guilt culture where, like, you're German or you live in Germany, so you must feel shame for what happened during World War II, and I'm like, I wasn't even born. My parents weren't even born. My grandma was barely, barely existed. I'm not at fault for this. Why do you blame me? I didn't do anything. This is where I diverge from Homie's video, even though I generally agree with its premise. Okay.
One as the suicide of civilized Europe. The forces who were hostile to European civilization saw this as their opening to start seizing power. It's no coincidence that after the war, Marxism and modern art grew vastly in popularity. At the same time, America's Protestant elites began to lose their faith and turn their attention to money-making. They also began to adopt early aspects of the sexual revolution. Anglicanism, for example, approved birth control as morally valid in 1930. By the 1950s, most Protestants had become pro-birth control. Many Christian denominations became about being nice or being tolerant rather than any serious moral values.
To be honest, I think birth control is necessary to a degree. Because before somebody has a child they cannot raise, I'd rather just have them have birth control. Now, I don't consider abortion birth control. That's not birth control. You are just retarded. That's a different situation. To be fair, that's another Americanism from our left that we amplified post 1990 after the Soviet Union fell. The self-guilt complex. Yeah.
And when your goal is simply to be nice, it's easy to be manipulated and walked all over. Nice and good are not the same thing, and being good often requires a person to not be nice or tolerant. Unfortunately, over the years, this confusion about being nice became a serious problem for Christian America. On top of this, Jewish immigrants from Eastern Europe also came to the US and began to promote their own morality, which was often directly at odds with the majority Christian morality. Jewish sources note how they became prominent in Hollywood and the media industry, and this would have a profound impact.
Apparently, if you didn't know this, since that was mentioned, and we are in sexual revolution, apparently a Jewish man owns Cornhub. Very interesting. Just wanted, and I think it's also a somebody of high religious standing that owns that website. I'm like, how does that make sense? That does not make sense. Why do you own that website? Catholic priest basically invented the pill as he and the scientist he worked with sought natural ways to engage with it. So another divergence for me. Did you ever use it? Obviously not. I'm waiting until marriage, you moron. Like I said, I diverged rightly from his video here, but eventually he gets to the actual premise. Okay.
Impact on America. American Jews tended to be more permissive on all issues relating to sex than the general population. But there was some backlash to the slipping of American standards. American Catholics were one of the last groups fighting for traditional sexual morality, and they stepped up. They created the Hays Motion Picture Production Code, a censorship code that Catholic businessmen forced Hollywood and the film industry to follow. It banned all sexual degeneracy from film, and Hollywood for many years.
Ooh, based! Well, that's now no longer the case, but still based. Crazy.
Obliged. If Hollywood didn't oblige, Catholics would boycott their films and devastate their profits. On top of banning things like sex and nudity, the code required that no picture shall be produced that will lower the moral standards of those who see it. Hence, the sympathy of the audience should never be thrown to the side of crime, wrongdoing, evil, or sin. These standards would remain in place for over 30 years and produce some of the best films in American history. But despite these gains, dark clouds were on the horizon. World War II and its aftermath would change everything. In the wake of the rise of fascism and communism, the new field of psychology began to be used for political objectives. It started to paint traditional sexual values as a contributor to what he called authoritarian tendencies. Sexual liberation was proposed as the supposed antidote. The psychologists decided that Western morality would have to be destroyed and replaced in order for fascism to never rise again. Many of these psychologists were directly funded by American intelligence agencies like the CIA, who found their ideas useful in de-radicalizing political opposition to American liberalism. To quote the 2002 British documentary Century of the Self, those in power used Freud's theories to try to control the dangerous crowd in the age of mass democracy. Psychology ceased being about trying to understand the human mind and became about controlling it. The decadence and materialism that had already been developing in America was vulnerable to this exploitation. The sexual revolution had begun. The invention and spread of the home television would prove decisive in changing the morality of America. In 1950, only around 15% of American households had a television, but by 1960, that figure had risen to...
Damn, that was fast. Over 10 years? A 70% increase. That was fast. That was fast. The Hays Code actually sucks. I will not elaborate on why in particular. So, for instance, a lot of modern issues of what we consider censorship or DEI, such the modern MPAA, descending from the League of Decency. Okay, the leverage specifically, the successor of these censorship codes to carry their cause. The section starting here is more relevant to the revolution he's describing. Okay.
85%. As the years went by, houses bought multiple TVs which kids could use without their parents' supervision. Almost every TV channel during this time was controlled by one of three networks: ABC, NBC, and CBS. These networks were heavily tied to US intelligence agencies who used them to push their ideological agenda. This was known as Operation Mockingbird, and today
I mean, that's pretty normal for countries that have state television in a way. Like we even here we have that where our state television TV channels push certain ideology. That's pretty normal. Not even surprising that that was used for this.
Far from being a conspiracy theory, it's a matter of public record. When the Cultural Revolution began in the 1960s, news stations gave the protesters overwhelmingly positive coverage. Meanwhile, those who defended American culture and Western traditions were painted as the villains. A new pop culture based on the latest shows, movies, and music began to develop in America, replacing much of its ancient European culture that had been passed down for generations. This resulted in deracination, or, in other words, the loss of people's roots. The cultures of Hollywood and Washington, D.C. were exported to the entire United States, and regional cultures started to decline. Despite the motion picture production code still being in effect, the TV and film industry began to push the boundaries of sexual morality. The capitalistic pursuit of profit and the liberal pursuit of sexual hedonism ended up being a match made in heaven. Or should we say, hell. By the mid-1960s, the production code was broken so often that it was abandoned entirely. The floodgates were now open for...
Well, there was no point in keeping it in this case if they were breaking it anyways. Makes sense.
Total media degeneracy, and companies happily obliged. Sex, drugs, abortion, homosexuality, and more all flooded American culture. Both high-level institutions and youth movements were the backbone of the new sexual culture. Elite universities began broadcasting pornography to their students and encouraged them to attend. Liberal and Marxist professors saw the 60s as their...
My stance on abortion is very simple. It's very simple. If you consent to sex, you should have the child. Very simple.
Their opportunity to finally destroy the long-held Christian values of the West that they had always opposed, but they could now paint as authoritarian and fascist. But where the sexual revolution truly found success was in the judicial system. With American society being rapidly morally transformed from the top down, judges began to do their part. In the 1947 case Everson v. Board of Education, the Supreme Court commanded states that they could not grant religious privileges to anyone. Prior to that point, states didn't have to abide by freedom of religion as outlined in the federal Constitution, and they often gave Christians preferential treatment. So really, separation of church and state as we know today is less than 80 years old.
Damn! I thought I would have been older, but I guess not. The Hays Code didn't go away because it was meaningless. It went away because post-1980s, the left, just like now, leveraged the very right to censor, to bully their opposition out of existence. And this escalates post-1991, post-Soviet collapse. Okay.
Decision set the stage for a new form of secularism so severe that it would be fair to call it anti-religious. The Supreme Court then took direct aim at America's morality. Anti-pornography laws were the first thing to be gutted. Roth versus United States in 1957 and Miller v. California rendered all anti-pornography laws effectively moot. Birth control was the next thing to be legalized nationwide in 1965 with Griswold versus Connecticut.
Corn being legalized, maybe not such a good idea. Birth control being legalized, I have no particular issue with it. As long as, well, we are trying to push it that way. As long as abortion wasn't considered birth control. Well, nowadays it more or less is.
Author E. Michael Jones explains why contraception is so significant. It's the thin end of the wedge that disconnects sex from its natural purpose of reproduction. And once sex loses its original purpose, moral chaos isn't far behind.
If you want my honest opinion, the Cultural Revolution was the legalization of contraception. The sexual revolution followed from that, abortion followed from that, and homosexual rights is only the logical consequence of the use of the contraceptive.
And he was absolutely proven right. After the legalization of contraception in the 1960s, abortion followed with Roe v. Wade in the 1970s. Each new aspect of sexual behavior that was legalized flowed from the exact same anti-Christian, hyper-individualist moral philosophy that personal pleasure is the highest value of life. This has continued into modern America with things like the LGBT.
Ugh. Do it in front of an why? Do it in front of an adult audience. Why in front of children? There's no point. Also, didn't elaborate on how Operation Mockingbird was more so how the government would create terrorist attacks by Cuba against itself as a pretext for war. Operation Mockingbird sets the early CIA thinking of how to manufacture consent to a war, not how the media chose to become leftist. Okay, why in front of kids? There's no reason to do this in front of children. Cause what do you call this again? My brain got lost. You see, the new customers are kids. I mean, yes, you're pushing this further to kids. What are you fascist? You're against drag shows in churches and schools. It's not that big an issue. Modern left above is a joke. Obviously, I can tell that. I can tell sarcasm. Drag is inherently sexual. Not only we have, for example, here in Germany, where we have the same issue, where actual drag queens come forth and say, "Bro, what you're doing here is wrong. Drag is inherently sexual. This should not happen in front of children."
Movement and transgenderism. The slippery slope was real, because the same arguments for legalizing porn can be copy-pasted to all other sexual issues. Over the years, the American left became increasingly anti-Soviet and fully embraced individualistic arguments about personal freedom. This encyclopedia entry defines the new left as a mix of Marxism and libertarianism that focused on gender, race, and sexuality issues rather than class like the old left.
Yeah, the problem is just that the modern left is only as tolerant enough as you are, as long as you are on their side. When Trump got elected, leftists were crashing out and being racist towards black people and Hispanics. I've just recently seen when a trans person is not on the side of the left. You need to consider this, right? A leftist called a trans girl, a trans woman, the trans version of a house N-word, and I was like, dude, are you retarded? What are you doing? You're not helping yourself. So trans people are only fine when they're on your side. They're no longer fine when they're not on your side. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? And I feel when the AfD is more Marxist than the actual Marxist party. Linke. Our conservative really conservative party, the AfD, is now confirmed like a right-wing extremist. Nuclearly intended peace, reindustrialization, security, sustainable atomic energy, far right apparently. Yep.
From a philosophical standpoint, the sexual revolution justified itself through the ideas of people like John Stuart Mill. Mill wrote in his 1859 book On Liberty, "Liberty consists in doing what one desires." No other line better encapsulates the sexual revolution.
That does not work though. There are consequences to what you do. There's always... That's not... You cannot do what you want. And I feel like this sentence, though, does not apply to just the sexual revolution. This applies to society currently in general. Do whatever you want, even if it is at the cost of others. Well, yeah, it is. It's not, but not like your actual right-wing CDU CSU is right-wing. Yeah, I would more so consider them currently center-left, if anything. We won't allow unsecure borders. Sema wins the election. I take that back. We're actually the same as the SPD. more migration. So true. Oh. The one that's red is actually red. I still think it's kind of dumb that I got called liberal because I'm bisexual, even though I don't care about politics. I don't even choose a side with politics. Yeah, that's the pretty much like guilt by association. You are bisexual, so you must be leftist. Or you're black, so you must be on the left. Or you're gay, so you must be on the left. No. No. You know what? It's even scarier if you consider this. There are people who are pro their own nation, but they're still leftist. That also works. Things are not black and white. They want to make it seem black and white, so there's better infighting, but that's not true. So oversimplifies Germany, Bentham and John Stuart Mill's utilitarian argument. Liberty insists in doing what one desires. So they're arguing this is in the context against slavery and government oppression. Okay. If you're not free to resist the government when the government or its followers act unethically, are you actually free? Good question. Not really.
Than this. Mill advocated a form of radical individualism that created an adversarial relationship between the individual and society. One could of course criticize this ideology by saying that society-wide ills affect all individuals in one way or another, but I digress. But Mill's ideas were far from the only philosophy that drove the sexual revolution. A variety of psychologists, writers, and scientists all pushed it forward. I'll go through some of the most important ones. First, we have Alfred Kinsey. Originally an insect zoologist, he was paid by the CIA-backed Rockefeller Foundation to change his research to humans. He authored such works such as Sexual Behavior of the Human Male. The book claimed that sexuality was a spectrum, and people should be able to identify as whatever they want.
Hot take. Incredible hot take. There's just male and female. And not fitting in perfectly does not mean that you are not male or female. I know, incredible hot take. And the people that say that gender does not exist, well, look at animals. Gender is basically just behavioral patterns, not just societal roles. Look at babies. A little girl and a little boy act different. Animals, male, and probably most animals, there's a difference in how a male behaves and a female behaves. You not perfectly fitting in does not mean you are not what you were born with. It just means you do not perfectly fit in, and that is okay. It is fine to not perfectly fit in. There's nothing wrong with you. You are not abnormal. You just don't perfectly fit in. If you're a more feminine man, be a more feminine man. If you're a more masculine woman, be a more masculine woman. Who cares? The sexual revolution does not follow Jeremy Bentham or Mill's individualism. It overtly rejects it. Because the modern revolution, modern left actively insists you do not act individually, which I hate. I hate that idea. True and real, poking male and female for biological creatures. Well, also Kinsey's research is more so, hey look, we can finally verify humans respond to environmental pressures. True and real. And I'm gonna be honest, non-binary is kind of not a thing, the way I see it. Because when you look at the spectrum of who identifies more non-binary, it is by far more women than it is men, biological males. Which makes you question, is it actually because the people are non-binary, or is it because they don't fit in perfectly? I.e. more dudes in population than women, more dudes will become gay, and same in reverse. Some animals show that behavior when it gets overcrowded, that they practice homosexuality. I think rats do that. When rats are overcrowded, they will in fact become gay.
He also created the Kinsey scale, which asserted that people
Obviously, humans and rats are not the same. Makes sense.
do not fit into binary sexual categories. Then there was John Money. He performed transgender experiments to try to prove gender was socially constructed. This involved forcing a young boy to live as a girl and having him...
Yeah, that's where this all started. I think both of the kids, I think it were siblings, I think both of the kids deleted themselves. Which is kind of sad. That's very sad.
Perform sexual acts on his own twin brother. Both twins had lifelong trauma from the experiment and would later commit suicide. I wish I was making this up, but no, it really happened. The names of the victims in Money's experiments were Brian and David Reimer. Today, the case has finally attracted the infamy and criticism that...
Yeah, there's also a situation with a League of Legends player who was forced into being transgender, even though they were only autogynephilic. Which, if you can't live out your kink, you're gonna self-delete because you're unhappy. Funny how that works. So, the Money comment he makes is accurate, so he could have just cut out the section on Kinsey, since mostly the issue comes from people misinterpreting Kinsey. The only exception is hermaphrodite, but even then they have male or female traits, for example the clownfish. Yeah, but humans don't appear in that sort of constellation. you cannot change gender based on your on what you currently need. The clownfish can. For survival reasons, a human can't. Not that I'm aware. And even then, in most cases, you can clearly tell what actually pushes through more. For example, some hermaphrodites, for example, that you can tell are clearly male, have a small peepee. For example.
It rightly deserves. Theodor Adorno of the Frankfurt School was another key intellectual who pushed the revolution forward. He authored The Authoritarian Personality, a bestseller that declared all people with traditional sexual values were potential fascists. The purpose of the book was to attempt to pathologize people who preferred normal sexual views and family life. The male-led family model itself was identified as something that creates fascism, and a new genderless family model would have to take its place to protect democracy. Yes, that is really what the book says. Then there was Michael.
That's wild! That is wild! Huh? That's crazy! That is crazy. Genderless families? How does... My brain is fried. It's just cooked.
Michael Foucault. He was a French homosexual and pro-pedophilia writer.
Get the guillotine! Immediately! That is what? On that note, we have a kindergarten in Berlin that is a gay lesbian kindergarten that, by the way, was also founded by a known file. Smart idea to have that by a person like that. That definitely helps your cause.
Petitioned France to abolish its age of consent laws and demanded that children be given the individual freedom to consent to sex with adults. His writings were a major influence on the European branch of the sexual revolution. Now, of course, freedom was the excuse and justification that most public figures used to make their arguments for sexual liberation, but a more realistic look at their philosophy and behavior could see them as simply perverts looking for any excuse to normalize their behavior to the world. Now, many people listening to this are probably wondering, where was the right-wing response to all of this? Unfortunately, the right-wing response to the sexual revolution was extremely weak. Since World War II, conservatives largely adopted liberal notions of individual liberty and anti-authoritarianism. Because of the Cold War and battle with communism, they also ignored how capitalistic companies were directly using sexual degeneracy for profit. Their arguments against communist authoritarianism undermine their own ability.
Well, we can tell that that clearly works. I mean, look at all the gacha games. Don't tell me that sex doesn't sell. Literally. that makes sense. That companies were using this to make money.
To regulate culture in the US. To put it simply, many so-called conservatives were more concerned with conserving their money than traditional values. Even today, American conservatives still suffer from this same problem, and many have simply given up on governing at all and have adopted libertarianism.
I think that at the heart of my philosophy is much more libertarianism. The conservative, so-called, is the one that says, less government, get off my back, get out of my pocket, and let me have more control of my own destiny.
So, where does this all leave us in the year 2023? As I said at the beginning of the video, we are still living under the regime of the sexual revolution. When we look at the fruits of what it brought our society, it's hard to call it anything other than a complete...
Huge problems, because if you spin this further, I feel like it is interesting to just look at stuff and be like, it causes major problems, for example, relationships, as we have lost the ability to form long-term connections. When you look at, for example, I want to bring up the black community here with baby mama culture. You can definitely tell that that comes from that place as well. Just in general, broken families, divorce. I feel like it's gonna get worse though. I don't think we have seen the peak. The moment I think peak would be, the peak of this degeneracy would be if the age of consent gets lowered. If you can marry multiple people. I think there's room for it to get worse, not better. Well, also companies were doing that until post-Soviet collapse. Okay. Compare and contrast Occupy Wall Street, incorporate resistance to liberalism, and modern corporations leading parades now. Very true. Very true. Yeah, but they're only so much supporting LGBTQ until it's in a country where LGBTQ is not liked, like Muslim countries. Then suddenly or China, then suddenly it's okay to not doing it's supporting them. To your point on black communities, one thing that PAX failed to cover about the revolution is his bluster was how the reforms to expand welfare and the changes to the ideas of family 1968 on after the idea of the independent woman-led households actively broke up the idea of the nuclear family, and this in particular is amplified in the black community. Okay, yeah.
Catastrophe. Let's begin by looking at the state of the American family. Illegitimacy rates were less than 10% in 1960. In the 2010s, they rose to above 40%. Illegitimacy, of course, has many negative outcomes, such as increasing crime and lowering educational attainment.
Go Mac. I want to see that. Illegitimacy rates? I think he means kids that were born out of wedlock. But why? Why is it so high? Why is it... Why is that so... I think that's horrifying. Why that is so high. And why it's so unnecessarily high for Hispanic as well. At least just 29% for us, but still horrifying.
2010s, they rose to above 40%. Illegitimacy, of course, has many negative outcomes, such as increasing crime and lowering educational attainment. Family formation has become very hard in modern...
Yep. Also, look at the years. Yeah, you are right. Around here, it really starts to go. Especially, this is ridiculous.
10% in 1960. In the 2010s, they rose to above 40%. Illegitimacy, of course, has many negative outcomes, such as...
It has many negative outcomes because the problem is more crime. That's just a statistic truth. When you look at prisoners, if you look at prisoners, a vast majority of those grew up in single mother homes, which makes you question. Maybe children do need a masculine role model. Maybe they in fact do. Also, the children overall do worse in school. They just overall perform worse if they grow up in the single mother home. Funnily enough, that does not happen as much with single parent single dad homes, which is interesting to look at. Some particular Hispanics and black communities were particularly vulnerable to being co-opted by the left to resist white values. So boom, a time bomb. The notion of the uniform nuclear family with rather father figures, etc. Because, well, the government should be helping you. We see a reverse course on this, as devout Catholic Hispanic households are now resisting the hedonism of the left in the US. Yeah. I mean, the amount of black people and the amount of Hispanics voting for, and the amount of women voting for Trump was interesting to look at during the elections.
Increasing crime and lowering educational attainment. Family formation has become very hard in modern America, and divorce is common. The decline of the family structure has led to youth mental illness, suicide.
However, I have to say that the sexual revolution is not the only reason as to why forming families is harder nowadays. As hard as it is to say, if you cannot take care of your family because incomes aren't high enough or everything is too expensive, because that certainly does add. I think actually it might even be a major contribution as to why there are no longer families formed. I think so, more so the sexual revolution in the way it was done here is more so an issue on how to keep those relationships and not do weird shit like cheat. Other weird stuff.
And drug abuse to reach their highest level ever recorded. Male suicide in particular increased because the male role in society is now unclear. Because of the sexual revolution, men went from being the leaders of Western civilization to cogs in a genderless machine.
Very true. Work, function, don't complain, don't say anything. Yeah. To be fair, the lewd revolution is integral to the breakup of it. Yeah. It's one of 2 or 3 major components in my opinion. Yep. I had a thought, but now it's gone. I also feel like that it kind of went in the wrong way because of how how do I put this? Instead of, for example, now specifically male and female, instead of pushing women to be to sleep around as men, maybe it would have been smarter to pull back men into being more faithful again, or overall being more faithful. I just have my ideas here.
Not that women are doing much better. Female antidepressant use and victimhood of rape are much higher today than they were.
The US population has almost doubled since the 1960s. However, the grape rate has gone up by a factor of 8 since the 1960s. What the fuck? Is that an accurate number? What? That is crazy. That is wild. Damn.
In the patriarchal model of society. Feminism and free love have led to more rapes and crimes against women than patriarchy ever could have dreamed of. There's an irony to that. But it gets even worse. Crime and child abuse exploded in the 1960s and remain high.
Hot take. The reason why crime and in general just crime has gone up, I feel like, is because the average man isn't as much of a threat as he used to be. That's just my opinion, though. For example, the people that go after children, they are usually looking for, and picking at least the one that actually plan to do this, they usually go after families with a weak father. Makes you think.
Today. There have been over 60 million abortions since Roe v. Wade, around 20% of the entire US.
Over 63 million abortions? That's 63 million children that will never be born. Because remember, these were all genetically unique. These were all genetically unique. They are never returning. They will never be born. Wait, does a factor of 8 mean 8 times more poke? Exactly. 8 times more, which I find weird as hell.
Population. You'd think that birth rates would be up with this so-called sexual freedom, but it's the opposite. They've plummeted. The Chinese political scientist Wang Huning observed about
the first country to fall, though that's a much more different issue, about the first country to fall in the next 25 years is South Korea. 2050 is the year where that country will start to fall apart. Sadly. Though that has nothing particular to do with, well, kind of, not really. Because there's an actual gender war there.
America. The individual has replaced the family as the cell of society. In spirit, the family is being hollowed out.
Very true. Interestingly enough, at least here in Germany, if you ask a survey, the average person still wants 2 children. Or 1.8. I don't know how you make 1.8. Maybe you cut off an ear or something. I don't know. Averagely, I don't know. The thing is like that we are constantly promoting that family is something bad. Like, work on your career, do this, do that, don't get married, don't have a relationship. And I find that funny. Because on this side, you can bring up lefties, but I also have to bring up right-wing morons. I find that very funny, because these right-wing morons also say, don't get married, don't have children. So they're basically feeding into the same machine, which is why I call the red pill also secret feminism, because it is, at least to the degree that some people are doing it, because you're giving women exactly what they want, which is equality. Really interesting, or feminists at least. So the violent crime rate is likely related to post-racial tension of the MLK and numerous political eatings, because he conveniently does not talk about it, why it drops off post-2001. Okay. I got Pax's ardently anti-communist, but cites a fully true communist and his communist book on what liberalism is doing. Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know right-wing dudes unless they're in Congress say that. Andrew Tate would be somebody like that, who is very much right-wing, or you know, the red pill dudes like Fresh and Fit. They also do the exact same shit, just for men. There's no shortage of right-wing morons. Points at Walsh, Charlie Kirk, Peterson. Okay, yeah.
Fragmentation of the family has deprived society of many human feelings, which is also detrimental to a harmonious society. The only people who benefited from the sexual revolution are those who hated the family, hated Christianity, and wanted a mindless society of atomized individuals with no moral standards. After all, such a society is much easier to control and corrupt than a virtuous and dutiful one. The morals that are enforced today are mainly codes against racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, etc. It's important to understand that these accusations aren't actually part of any moral code.
Wokeness is not a real moral code, it is merely emotional language used to shut down honest discussion. I would more so define wokeness as using minorities also for social gain. Exploiting minorities for social gain. I think that also works pretty well. Are you talking about alpha guys? Or okay, fair. Though I don't normally call them alright, but point taken. America Ends America is a fantastic book, regardless of your own alignment, by the way. I own it. Wang Hang is currently like the co-president with Xi in China. Interesting.
But are mostly just used to shut down rational discussion and assert power over others. The inherent flaws of America's founding liberalism never went away. Like a house whose foundation is stable until it erodes, the cracks in liberalism were paved over by America's very intelligent, religious, and hard-working European population. But once these things declined, the flaws of liberalism exploded into view. Now, it would be wrong to say that America hasn't improved in any ways since the 1960s. It obviously has. But on many metrics.
Also, when you mentioned Matt Walsh, that reminds me of a big problem is why the right was always losing. And it's because they refused to actually build a culture. Like, what does right-wing culture even... What is the culture around people who are right-wing? It kind of does not exist. Matt Walsh says anime is demonic, where it's like, okay, bro. Sure. Or you're anti-video games. I'm like, sure. But you're never gonna get people on your side if you don't have a culture. I need my dose. Yeah. Anti-games, anti-anime applies to all of the names I listed. Yeah. And they have no culture to offer, which is why young people struggle to identify with them. If you're anti those things, and those things are huge, almost everybody plays video games or has played video games. Well, I would say that their culture is, but exactly.
Metrics on key issues that affect every citizen, America has declined. The question we face today is, can we learn from the mistakes of the past? The first step to fixing a mistake is admitting you made one. On the positive side, there are some good indications in modern America. As I said before, most Americans say in polls that they're very dissatisfied with the state of the country. People know deep down that things need to change. The internet and modern technology have provided the means to understand and address the horrifying damage the sexual revolution has done to society. Those who claim that the sexual revolution's morality is permanent are wrong. Even Roe v. Wade fell after 50 years, despite many naysayers saying for years that abortion...
I feel like that there needs to be a push and an incentive to start families and actually stay with that family. And that currently is not given, really. Not in the US. A little more in Europe, but also less and less in Europe. Make families affordable again. That would already help. I think that would also already help. Also, end of 2024, if I remember, Catholic Church saw a 70% increase in converts to them. Yeah, on that note, people say that Islam is the fastest growing religion. I find that funny. Because it's not in converts. It's in babies.
Abortion would be legal forever. The will to change the world still matters. Ultimately, the sexual revolution cannot last forever, because it is fundamentally against the laws of nature and God. We have hindsight that people in the past didn't have. We can learn from all of the mistakes of the sexual revolution. Undoing its damage and getting ourselves back on the path of natural law will be the task of our generation. This has been Pax, and thank you so much for watching. If you'd like to see more videos...
That was a massive video. That was a brick to get through. Very interesting though. Very interesting though. Yeah, my opinion is just can we go back to actually making families again and not push more and more for degeneracy? I will crash out if I in my lifetime see the age of consent drop. I will crash out. I swear I will crash out. Put my brain in your life. Wait, I need to look for Coty animation. Give me a second. Coty animation. We're gonna experience peak brain rot. No, we need robo waifus. Nah. I like having a real woman. Yeah. I prefer having a real girl. Just me though. I need brain rot because of this dude. Which one do I pick? Man. I'm running out of things to watch. I guess I'll just throw this one in. I prefer that too. I like the informational video, but could we watch something comedic, please? Yeah, we're gonna watch, but as an old man, it's up for me after 2 tries. Yeah, I can understand that. I still have a comedic one. I have memes. I have memes. Okay, that brain rot thing is done. Perfect. Now I can throw that in. I apparently my girlfriend is still on chat, but she hasn't chatted since. I don't know. I guess she just let the stream run. Because she prefers to watch reaction videos instead. Okay, alright. We'll give Deer his
Sexual morality is one of the big.
We'll give Deer his dose real quick. Susume by Kochi Animation. Let's give Deer his... What the fuck, Deer? What the fuck? It's always the same with you when I watch this. It's always the same. It's weird as fuck. It always has been weird as fuck. It always will be. The frog. I hope you and Poke enjoy life. Yeah, she probably just kept the stream on. And thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you. She probably just let the stream on to support, I guess. Well, I do have something.
What do you need?
Memes. Memes! Refreshing. I just stole this from Smugalana. Kill me if you want. Boys being boys by Memalian. Memalian? Mammalian? It's just memes. Let's go. Let's see. I like memes. Hope I don't block anything much. No, I don't. That's perfect.
What do you need me, master? I can't sleep. I'm horny.
That's how we start, huh? That's how we start, huh?
Good night, horny.
Okay, that's how we start.
Girls, when there's a new kid, oh my god, let's be friends. Boys, when there's a new kid, the council will decide your fate.
That is very true, though. That is very true, though. When there's a new dude in class, You gotta check how that guy fits in when there's a new dude in class. So true.
When you realize your girlfriend is naked underneath her clothes. Slut.
Huh? What?
Did you actually jerk off before we had Shreks, so you'd last longer? Gotta release a single before an album.
Okay, that one is a good one. Gotta release a single before an album. That is a good one. I've never heard that one before. That's a good one. That is a great one. That is great. I've seen this video literally a couple of days ago. Okay, that is great. That one's good.
Gay, lesbian, bisexual. All the gay hashtags are rainbow. Now watch. Hash kissing the home is goodnight.
Very true.
See, it's not gay. Babe, please shave. Beard coming in nicely.
Have you seen those videos where a dad shaves his face? You know, shaves his beard off, and his kids have never seen him without a beard, and then just start crying and running away in fear.
Girls, boys only want Shreks and money. What boys are?
Which girl says that? I mean, that part, sure, but that part? Is that usually a girl's thing?
Actually want.
That was very true.
Guy best friend normally. Guy best friend once you get a girl.
Always be aware of the guy best friend. If he's not gay, he is waiting. He's literally learning as we speak. He is learning on how to get your girl when she tells him all the shit you do and how he could do it better. Remember.
Men's nodding. Man's right nod. Hey, I need to talk to you. Up nod. Hey man. What's up? Man's left nod. Yo man. Check this girl out.
I don't know that one. Also, I don't know upwards. I know downwards. Maybe it's an American thing.
Down nod. Greetings sir. You have...
I've never done this. Okay, so down note, greetings, sir. You have my respect. Up note, what's not, what's up. We don't do that here. Hello, Sumax. Hello. Well, I mean, my homie got married to his girl, and I was never particularly interested in her. I'm not saying that all men do it, but there's a chance that the homie... Also, I think this wasn't you being interested in his girl on the male side. I think this was on the female side. The guy best friend of the girl. I think that was meant with that.
Of my respect. Your kid is in my yard again. Come on. This again. He's not wearing any pants and he's chasing my dog. Boys will be boys.
That... I guess. I've never encountered this, but okay. Oh, you duck, I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing? Babe, let's have sex. No, bitch, I literally just worked a 15-hour shift picking up water slides. I'm exhausted. I want to sleep. Saxophone. Yep. I'm great wingman, apparently.
Yeah, but yours is 24 and drunk. Would you punch your friend for $500? Girls, no. She's my bestie. Boys, you guys are getting paid?
Kind of does not make sense, but yeah, I would not punch my homie for $500, mostly because that's not worth it. At least 100k so I can buy him a new face.
Ah, me and the boys. No one. People over 6 feet. Girls' bathroom. Boys' bathroom. Our ass is
Our only way to have a friend is to be one. Bloom where you are planted. Crazy.
touched the same seat.
Our asses touched the same seat. We are brothers. You've never boxed your friend. You've never had squabble with your boys. Not that particularly. Not that particularly. Just not for the low amount of money. That's what I meant.
We are brothers. Me and the boys being proud of our last tooth.
Diglets? I guess me and the homies are Diglets.
Girls, should we invite Sarah? No, we only know her for 6 months. Boys, who is this? I don't know. I just found him on the street and thought he could come.
It is for real a thing. As a guy, it is for real a thing. That for some of the dudes I encountered and like I've talked to for longer, I really just know their name and their age. That's it. For dudes, it's like, also, we can be friends, not see each other for half a decade, and still be friends.
Boys at 5. Boys at 25. Pulling the hair of the girl they like. Priest.
As a 25-year-old, I would probably not do that anymore. Not as an adult. As an adult man, you should probably not do that. That could land you in jail.
Broke confession seal and told husband I cheated. The 11th commandment is the bro code.
Based.
Bro put his career on the line for the holy W. Florida man drives into canal, dumps marijuana, then pops pills while car sinks. Together. Boys will be boys. When a girl gets hit by a ball, oh my god, are you okay? When a boy gets hit by a ball, injured? Good.
You know, when a girl gets hurt, like, oh, you're okay. When a guy gets hurt, like, die. Suffer. Yeah, I see it. I could see it.
Girls after being called pretty for the 10th times in a day. The best I can give you is a fake smile and dead eyes. Boys after being called handsome. Hey, mom. Free my boy. He ain't done nothing wrong. There boy. You have been banned from Google.
How does one get banned from Google? What do you need to Google to get banned from Google? Huh? Also, with the compliments, I can remember all the compliments I've ever gotten that were not from my family. All of them.
Due to several requests from the United States government on the topics you have been searching over the last 5 years, we have decided to take action. You no longer have permission to use Google, nor make a new Gmail account under your name. If we are made aware that you are trying to make a new account, legal action will be taken. You may return to Google on the following date, June 26.
What kind of crime did you commit? What crime did you commit? What did you Google? What? Bro's living in Delulu land. No girl is being complimented 10 times a day. I can help you with that, Sumex. You're pretty today. Add that to your list.
2033. To crack open a cold one with the boys, you must first be a cold one with the boys. When you catch your mom and neighbor wrestling naked and you realize you're getting a PS5.
So true. Hi, Croc. Hi, here's Croc. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
The mother of Adolf Hitler, after finding out that saying boys will be boys doesn't make up for all the genocide. This is outrageous. It's unfair. Well written. Structured original joke. Balls, wheeze. What kind of boys are you into? I really like B-boys or boys who are loyal and kind and helpful. Oh, and I also like soft boys. Gee. Hey, do you like girls? Yes.
I cannot go along with this meme. There are some dudes who also have ridiculous standards. Feed me, you're fat.
Boy dinner. Girls, when they order a XXL pizza for a sleepover, okay, we'll all get 3 pieces each. Boys.
This is more so not who gets the most pieces. This is more so the fight of who gets the last piece. That's the more important one.
Me smelling my fingers after scratching my balls. Got. Boys.
Does God care about this? Does it in the Bible say? I don't know about that one, Jeeves. I mean, he sees it. Technically, he sees it. Remember, if there is a God, he has seen you masturbate. Remember that. Don't lie, when you were single, you were like that. Nope. Because I'm waiting until marriage. I can't just pick any girl.
Before puberty. Boys during puberty. Boys after puberty. Tall guys after going to the gym for 6 months. Short guys after picking up a barbell once.
I can so agree. This is so true. This is so true. This is this is so true. If you're short, you know.
Why boys need to be supervised. Peeing when I need to use the bathroom. Peeing after bust a nut.
No comment.
When the boys all come together to hype up the shy friend, so he can ask out his crush. 8 together strong. Male condom. Female condom. Damn, women be having fat cocks for real.
And she pulled out a dick twice the size of mine.
Bro, you look fabulous. Nice cock, bro. Thanks, no problem. Me telling the boys I have to go because my mom told me dinner is ready. When Twilight is rewritten to be about a vampire girlfriend and muscly werewolf girl fighting for the attention of an introverted high school boy. Oh my god, I get it. Mom, I'm the Rapunzel. Of course you are, sweetie. Look, Dad, I'm the Red Power Ranger. No, I'm the Red Power Ranger.
Very true. Very true. That's not even true after busting a nut. Depends. Might depend on the pee-pee, probably. Did bro accidentally have a Fuda? Probably. The guy for the meme, probably.
Guys will literally build an igloo for sniping instead of going to therapy. That is the therapy. Have you felt unsafe on campus? Discriminated against? Threatened? Afraid to walk around campus? We will walk with you. This is Alejandro. He works really hard at KFC, so give him respect. Got any fatherly advice? Shrexual harassment is Shrexual harassment. You being a boy doesn't give anyone the right to make unwanted Shrexual advances on you.
Very true. Very true. Though male victims are laughed at and made fun of. Well, where was she when I was that age? Type of thing. And I just find it equally as gross. Stop normalizing sexual harassment for boys. Thank you.
Partied with this guy all night in Vegas, and when we left the club he asked my boy for the jersey swap. I found this cool rock while on a hike, and I brought it home to show my girlfriend. She got mad at me. I know the boys will back me up on this one.
I do not condone this type of behavior, but I understand but that's a bit big. Like, I do understand of like seeing a cool rock and picking it up and taking it with you. I understand, but this is a bit big, don't you think? You're getting sexual advances. Yep, by women in their 30s and 40s in clubs and bars. I went one time, never again.
Boys in the winter be like.
Wait, what?
Boys in the winter be like.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Last night I FaceTimed the wrong number and this ginger picked up. Ended up chatting for 30 minutes. He was actually chill as duck. Remember guys, never open your radiator when it's pressurized.
Remember guys, never open your radiator when it's pressurized. What the fuck? Yeah, Cricket, I'm still live.
Girls have no idea what boys go through. No shaft. Nutvid. Make me. Grower or shower. Send balls.
What? That never happens. Your junk doesn't recoil back into your body in extra protection cover when it's freezing. No. Hence why I quit drinking. No seems to mean yes to women. Very much true. The women that say no means no. Sometimes no means yes. There's plenty of women out there who say no just because they want the dude to try harder. And that leads to either unwanted advances or women complaining.
My grandfather passed away today. Last night all he wanted to do was to have one last beer with his sons.
Very based. That what girls go through, not boys. Yep. Very true. Very true. Girls go through that, and boys go through empty DMs.
Girls after winning silver medal. Boys after capturing whole country. I ate 2 whole slices of pizza. I feel like a whale. It's okay. You're beautiful queen. Bro, you just bit through the paper wrapper. Sweet. Girls during teamwork. Oh my god, Amanda is so slow. Boys during teamwork.
Yeah. Doug, it depends on the situation, the way they say it. No, no means no, even if they say it in a teasing, funny way. No means no. As a man, you cannot afford that you misinterpret something. You cannot afford that, not nowadays. Maybe where you live, but here you cannot. Jail time.
White boys, don't wear thrasher if you don't skate. Me, don't use the N-word if you're not black. White boys. If we lose, we get baptized, and if they lose, they go out drinking with us.
If we lose, we get baptized. If they lose, they go out drinking with us. A war of morality. This may go on forever, because no side is going to lose.
A couple kids just dug this deep hole at the beach and it just keeps attracting a ton of other boys. Is this the hole? Yes. Guys when they wear same outfit. Girls when they wear same outfit. Girls with time machine. I'm your daughter. How? Boys with time machine. Go stop the apple.
This is accurate. This is good. Remember, even if you're a woman, apparently this chick is at fault for you having periods or at least pain when giving birth. I think women should stop her as well. Boys go through it, can't cry, carry everything on your shoulders. You're a man after all. Very true and real. I have some interesting news. Okay, well they already said because they're gambling on Uno. I guess. Sure.
Mutant. Ladies, when we don't text back, this is what we are doing. Women versus men. I have a boyfriend.
I just realized that was about Newton, not Adam and Eve. Still looks like Adam and Eve.
Does he have a good job? Is he romantic? Is he funny? I have a girlfriend. Big tits. Nice ass. Good head. Romantic? Is he funny?
Why do I feel like that's not what women ask for? Does he have a good job? Okay, yeah, that falls into that. Is he romantic? I don't see that happening. It's more like, is he tall?
I have a girlfriend. Big tits. Nice ass. Good head.
I'm the exception of this. But I know men that are like this. Sure. Yeah. With Tesfaye expressing the desire to move on from the headspace associated with persona while retiring this. Okay, wait. There's more. Release of his new album and film Hurry Up Tomorrow. This marks the end of his 15-year run under the alias. With Tesfaye expressing a desire to move on from the headspace associated with the persona while retiring the stage name, he has emphasized that he will continue to make music under his real name. Abel Tesfaye. I have no idea who that is.
Boys deprived of any love/attention. Girl being a little close/friendly. Is this love?
No comment. Men, we know how this is.
My girlfriend kept making fun of me during our walk because I wouldn't let go of the bicycle I found. I have a feeling the boys will understand.
Bro found a Bro duck The Weeknd. I don't listen to The Weeknd, so I wouldn't know. Bro had a legendary gacha pull. This is a true weapon.
Babe, you think my friend Sarah is hot? That's a tricky question. She's not my type, babe. Sorry, Sarah. We won't have a threesome. Girls during puberty. My butt's shaking all over.
If my girlfriend ever... I know she doesn't. But if my partner ever considered having a threesome, I'd break up immediately. That'd be grounds for breakup. Doesn't matter if it's with another dude or another chick. I don't make a differentiation. You gotta go. But once again, I'm probably in the minority. Oh lord, nice web. Is it ice? Yes, it is. From Weekend Able Test Faye. Okay, I have no idea. I've never. I probably haven't heard a Weekend song, but I've never actively listened to anything. Hi, Sleepy Fox. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Guys during puberty. Hannah. Shoot. Shoot until you can't shoot anymore. Rare photo of two autistic boys trying to be kidnapped. 1921. Colorized. Be careful when you follow the masses, sometimes the M is silent.
What?
Be careful when you follow the masses, sometimes the M is silent.
Be careful when you follow the masses. Oh. Oh! But which one? I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. Doesn't really make sense with sometimes.
Silent. Judge, anything you say will be held against you. Boy, titties. Lawyer, duck, he's good. I spent all day at the beach making these sand sculptures. My girlfriend said I wasted my time. I thought the boys would appreciate it.
Peak! I see no issue. This is peak. I see no issues.
NASA Mars rover accidentally draws penis on red planet. Accidentally.
What the aliens see. The humans. They're drawing pee-pee on other planets.
I miss you, Dad. I think about you every day. Looking back, getting a stripper to come to your bedside in your final days was probably a mistake, but I was just trying to make you laugh. Maybe make your dick move one last time. R.I.P. Dad.
Bro killed his dad! Cooked.
A New Zealand man won the French Scrabble Championship, despite not being able to speak French. Instead, he memorized the entire French dictionary. He still cannot speak French. Are you religious? I'd like to introduce you to my religion. What's your religion?
Sure.
I'm interested. My mom, after she searches for sushi restaurants on my phone, finds my collection of Ninjago incest hentai. So much like your father.
What? No! What do you mean boys being boys? No!
Sup girls. I'm 6 feet tall. This can't be. I'm 6 feet tall. Sorry boys. I just measured and I'm 5 feet 11 without shoes. Me after a sleepover with the boys.
That reminded me. Also, what the fuck? With the what? That went a bit wild. That was a wild sleepover with the homies. Also, a reminder. Women cannot comprehend how much taller guys are in comparison to them. Remember when there was a trend going around of putting cameras on the height their boyfriends or husbands were, and then they realized how fucking short they are, and realized that they wouldn't be able to take themselves serious if they were their boyfriend's height or husband's height.
Now we can finally feel represented. Yes, that's literally me.
Very true. Very true. I can still feel represented by Optimus Prime. All men can universally agree when we see Goku, that's me. Not really. That was a TikTok trend actually, where women did that. And then they realized, oh shit. How can he even take me seriously? That was actually a thing.
Girl friendship. You are not fat. You're beautiful. Boy friendship. I gonna text you every day and insult you for being a fat duck. You'll be dead by the time you're 40. You saved my life. I can't thank you enough.
Yeah, this was a guy that got called fat for years by a friend.
I never made plans for the future as I always thought I would be dead at a young age, but now I'm healthy and have an amazing girlfriend. I'm a new man. Big fake boobies. This is brilliant. Natural boobies. Even if they're smaller. But I like this.
Very true. Whoever told women that they need to have massive honkers, you're wrong. Natural always better. Natural always better. Period. Natural is always better.
Hey, your bra strip is out. Thanks, I will cover it. Bro, your pant zip is open. Then, suck my dick, you mother ducker.
No? Why are all these why are some of these very homoerotic? I must question. Why are some of these like this?
When you're the first person to fall asleep at the sleepover.
What? Huh? I don't think so, but yeah, sure. That's why I'm not the first one to fall asleep, I guess. Natural protection.
I wonder why boys die early. Same. Boys chatting with cannibals.
Chatting with cannibals. Because the Brotherhood is gay. Is the Brotherhood gay? Nah. Also. Men and women live equally as long under the same circumstances. For example, a nun and a monk live just as long. What is the difference here? Why men die early except for like accidents and getting sick?
I love your haircut. Thanks, it was only $200. Your hair sucks, bro. I know.
Yeah. Or you look shit in that hoodie and stuff.
Girls when a boy accidentally walks into the girls' locker room. Awesome ducking evil blue flaming skull next to a keyboard with a G key being highlighted.
The Weeknd has the movie called Hurry Up Tomorrow, May 16th in theater, and his final album is Hurry Up Tomorrow 2. He announced he will retire to be Weeknd and go back his real life self. Okay. Will still be able to make his song, but under his real name, Weeknd no more. Okay. Like I said, I don't listen to them, so I don't know. I've never had a problem being short. Male people, whatever male or female, actually adore me being short. You want to be the little spoon. Actually, women on average like more estrogen is good for you, prevents heart attacks and stuff. Live more. Yes. But also, stress is a much bigger factor on a dude dying earlier. Because Zoom likes to post things that are not relevant to the reaction. And I have to edit it out. Yay. Dudes actually live shorter because of stress. Because women are much stronger affected by stress. A man and a woman being on the same stress level is different for both. So it might actually also be the stress level, not just estrogen. Because a nurse and a monk live just to the same age, pretty much.
Girls' bathroom. My titties are so small. Josh is kinda hot. Boys bathroom. Not bad. But mine is bigger. I know he's Shrexting with some bitches. Hey. Sorry it took a day to respond, but like, this thing has been really bothering me. Do you think crabs look at humans and think we walk sideways? Are you high? No, I just think it's wild how, if crabs ruled the world, they'd teach their kids that all the other animals walk sideways. And who's to say they're wrong?
What? Who thinks about this? Who thinks about this?
Girls bets. I bet you to kiss your crush. Girls reaction. Oh my god. I don't know if I can do that, ah ha 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 ha. Boys bets. I bet you can't crush an egg between your ass cheeks. Boys reaction. You dare challenge me, mortal.
I mean, we do say some ridiculous things and make ridiculous challenges. I do not deny this.
Goals really? Them, gaming is for kids. Grow up. Me and the squad in 60 years.
I can guarantee you, I will still be, well, gaming, yes, also, but also, I will still be streaming in my 60s if I live that long. I will do that. I will do that. I will be the oldest male VTuber you have ever seen. The day I graduate is the day I die.
When boys give you cute nicknames. Tina, you fat lard. Come get some dinner. Boys if they got superhero powers. Everyone is so pathetic. I'm just like Homelander but I'm real. Men if they got superhero powers. I know that I must be you. Our world needs love, but it's a struggle through my selfish nature. I can never be you. Nevertheless, I must try and do good or the world will suffer through my inaction.
To be fair, there's two sides of this. There's two sides of this. One side is being Superman and saving the world, and the other side is being Goku Black and wiping out mortals. Or France. And the UK. And Canada. And for some people, India. Really depends. Yeah, like pissing your pants on TikTok, but girls did that too. Or not shitting. Well, but again, basically the closer thing to midget that people will see in my area. So that's why some people, and I will quote this, way like to get close to me or have a good time. You're just easy to handle, literally. You're literally, you can be put in the bag. Bro will be put in pockets.
Time traveler, kicks rock. The timeline. Cobra dies after being bitten by 8-year-old boy in Chhattisgarh. A Cobra report.
Cobra dies over being bitten by an 8-year-old? First, funny, if you are somebody who has the kink of biting, and I know you women, at least, exist, you are aware that a human bite is very toxic. So if you do that, don't bite too hard. You might kill your partner. Just saying.
Reportedly died after it was bitten by an 8-year-old boy in Pandrapath village of Chhattisgarh. The snake got wrapped around the boy's hand and bit him. As the reptile didn't budge after he tried to shake it off, he bit it, following which it died. The boy was administered anti-snake venom doses and discharged from the hospital. Imagine being a young boy and your father takes you into the city, but instead of a reenacting band it's just this.
Imagine being a young boy and your father takes you into the city, but instead of a marching band, it's just this. A ginormous pig.
Point of view, you're leaving for work, but she's sleeping with her legs open and a titty hanging out. Man.
I didn't quite catch that. I was focusing on
You're
chat.
leaving for work, but she's sleeping with her legs open and a titty hanging out.
I would not know. I can probably comprehend, but I would not know. I would not know. I'm a good boy, not a gumper.
Men, it's a mystery why women live longer than us. Also men.
Very safe. Very safe.
My wife, don't post anything stupid today. Me 2 hours later.
I can understand. I can fully understand.
Walking up the stairs when a woman is in front of you like, yeah, oh, hey, look at you, ground.
This one I also understand.
I bet he's out cheating me.
Nah.
Boys will see this and say hell yeah.
Second man was zesty. Very true. Also, yeah, skateboarding bears. What hell? What better is there? There's nothing better.
Peaceful body of water exists, boys.
That is also very true. Or ice. Ice is also one of those. Like you have like a big chunk of ice and you just yeet it somewhere. That's also one.
13-year-old me after realizing that being the fastest guy in the class no longer attracts girls.
What?
Being the fastest guy in the class no longer attracts girls.
To be fair, I was the dude. What was this ball game called? Where you hit each other with a ball? I forgot what it called in Germany. In German, I obviously know, but in English, I forgot. I was the guy that you just could not take down. I was the dude that you just could not take down. Didn't matter the age, didn't matter when. I was just not be able to be taken down. They just did not hit me. I was too skilled.
Angel Dust. Me. I wish I had some damn money. Mom. Then go get a job. Me. So anyway, I wish I had some damn money.
Well, that was good to lighten up the mood. I like this one. We should react to more memes. For real, for real. We should react to more memes. That was good. That was good. That did lighten up the mood. That's funny that Sonic says that because I was placed on a counter by a drunk redneck and he said he's a garden gnome. I also was having a good time and laughing because I was drunk at the time. Bro just got picked up and put on the counter. Look at my, he's a garden gnome now. That is crazy. That is wild. That's funny. That is crazy. That is funny. Okay. That is in fact funny. Bro, you're just pocket friendly. You're like the one if you do have an actual actual partner eventually. If you're mean, they're just gonna put you on the fridge, and you can't get down on your own. That's what's gonna happen to you. I could see it, guys. It's not really worth it starting another video, which means I will be ending here. I will be ending here. Which means, thank you so much for watching, as usual. I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do some more reactions. I will try to pick out something more funny, to be honest. Some drama is fine, but not drama all the time. But yeah, guys, I hope you have a nice day or night. No. Yeah, I'm gonna end now. Not really worth it starting another video. Also, I still wanna... I have a girlfriend waiting for me. Also. So yeah. Can't really spend that much time anyways already. So yeah. Gotta do what I gotta do. So yeah. Take care, guys. Have a nice day or night. And I'll be back tomorrow with more silly reactions. Bye-bye. And no gooning or gumping. I will catch you. I will live in your walls. Especially goes for Samax. I know where you live. Bye-bye.